Hello. I wondered if everything was working. Seems to be. Although we still have to check StarCraft. Oh, it seems to work too. Amazing. I had to set up my computer again after getting it back from Las Vegas. It seems like it went fairly smoothly. I even had time to reorganize the wires to a certain degree. It's not any prettier, but maybe they'll tug less now when I stand up. I am looking to get into a Zerg game. So, currently waiting on Here Marine Mixu, which... Let's see if one of the streamers is casting it. Only like 2 Zergs, including Mixu, who might be out of the game. Okay, Rotterdam is casting it. And if there are other Zergs in the bracket, that might encourage me to go in and choose another series. But there are none. So, yeah. We're just gonna stay on this one. I mean, I guess I could cast Solar versus Fiant, but I don't know where they are. They should be in North America, but I don't see them in North America. It does look like Mixu Here Marine Game 1 mech. Late game-ish. Could be over very soon. I'll make sure I'm on Europe for that. I don't know how the audio balance is going to be, so I'm going to have to check that when we're actually in game. It seems like the mic is all right. I was so tired after Safe House, man. I had planned on spending a couple of days in Las Vegas, particularly to take my mom around and whatnot. But, whew, I regretted that. I was just so tired. Stayed up till like 4 in the morning last night, and then had to be out of the Airbnb by 10. And then I did end up sleeping in the hotel until like 3 before going out to dinner. And then I think we went to I think we went to the Michael Jackson 1 show. But I just wanted to sleep all the time. Definitely a case of burning the candles at both ends. Working a lot and then partying. Not hardcore, but still going out into the casino till 2 in the morning most days. Trying to maximize the friend to work ratio or something like that. Max Pax is facing Baby Marine currently. If only one of them was a Zerg. So when I got home, that's pretty much all I did as well. Well, that and set up my PC, make sure everything worked, get started on some videos. There's something else big that I had to do. I mean, setting up the PC was a pretty big thing, but there's something else I had to do. Oh, well. 0 wins. I was very unlucky. I would say like the times that I've gambled, I feel like I usually come out even or even a little bit ahead. And it was very few times. Like 1 in the past year and then last year's Safe House. So like 2 times in the year and a half. But still, both times I came out ahead. Or completely even. And this time around I was down like $200. I have a fairly healthy view of it, which is just like I have a certain spending limit that is there to enjoy the time with friends or family, whoever I'm gambling with, all right? But it still sucks to lose the money. It's always possible that you could double your money, Super Segway, whatever money you have. That's how they get you. All right, Hero Marine Mix is going to go into game 2, so we're going to hop into that. What actually ended up getting us more than like, okay, I need to make my money back. Which I don't think really got any of us, but it was more just like if you were in the slots, it was more like do something cool. Come on. And they have these, so many of these slot machines, they have these like artificial, like building up to a moment things, and they're totally fake, really. Like there's no way of knowing exactly when they're going to, make Kong angry, or the piggy bank is going to break, or whatever theme it is, right? Because it might look like there are stages that you can know, like this is the last stage before Kong goes crazy and you get the special reels. But that isn't, you don't know when, like how long that stage actually lasts. So that's how they get you. That's how it's kind of a skamaz. And one of them was so annoying. Like I was sitting next to my brother, and I had sat down because the piggy bank was on like its last like legs, right? Supposedly. And I put like $75 into this machine, and the damn thing never once broke. And yet my brother, who had sat down to completely like, not last stage, but first stage piggy bank, he actually ended up getting it to break open and got like the special reels and stuff, like long before I stopped, because I never got it. And that's when I was like, oh, it really is Kamas. So that was disappointing. But I learned how to play craps, finally. Like, I actually think I understand it. Not literally everything about it, but most of the basics I understand, so I can play craps now. And played a little blackjack as well, and I'm still too scared to play poker unless I'm with someone. And no one wanted to play poker, so... Womp womp. Anyway, so we're into game 2 here. I think Hero Marine won, but it just occurred to me I didn't actually look. Yeah. Oops. We've got a couple of new maps in the weeklies to make it a bit fun. Okay, Hero Marine is up 1. In the bottom left of Throne of the Something, it's Hero Marine. In the top right, it is Mixu. I have not tried the super popular card game that everyone's talking about. Obviously, I've heard of it, but I haven't tried it. I'm not really interested in it. Yeah, I'm just not really interested in those types of games. Like card games or deck builders of any type, like Slay the Spire as well, didn't really hold my attention. So, trying not to buy any new games. They got a forward 2 racks from Hero Marine. Start things off. Mixu is going to scouts that it is 2 racks, because he kind of saw the Reaper come from there, so this could have theoretically been 1 racks, actually, but he should know there's a second one. And more importantly, he does want to see if there's a 3rd rack, so there is not. I mean, he could also just see that there's a command center. But there's a possibility of a Marine popping out even after only 2 Reapers. There's a 3rd on the way, but some Terrans are even stopping at 2 or even 1. Or even 0, actually. Don't want to lose the Overlord. Well, that's easily fixed. Third hatch is on the way, though, and that's the most important thing. 3 Reapers, if they had gone directly towards it, might have been able to get a cancel, but obviously they did not, so this is not going to be anything problematic. I mean, maybe you could get a Queen. You know, it definitely wants the drone more so. Nice little Evo block right there, making sure the Reapers can't get around the Lings that were clogging up the hole, and the Reapers will get into the main and survive. So no drone damage. Nicely handled by Mixu thus far. A drone and a Ling lost. Very difficult to have a perfect game versus this opener. Maybe theoretically a drone wasn't supposed to die, but that is tough to call. Creep Tumor is also going to be protected, so that's again nice defense from Mixu. As Hero Marine does grab 3cc behind this. A couple Marines on the way out to stop the Overlord from dipping the TED in. It is going to be Stim on the way. Last game caught the tail end of it. We did have Hero Marine go into mech and apparently win with it. It ended around 14 minutes, I want to say. So not a particularly long game. One where it seemed like they both just leveled up very quickly into the late game. So there was maxed out armies. Broodlords were on the field, but not actually that long of a game. And apparently the Broodlords did not cut it. So Broodlords, they got buffed by bug fix, and then they got nerfed by an actual balance patch. And it seems like with everything combined together, at the end of the day, they're still not as useful as Turks would want them to be. Probably the best way to put it. Hello. So Stim is legit. More barracks on the way, double upgrades. A couple of Hellions were created, 4 in total, with 3 per still intact as well. That is annoying. That's a little bit scary. 10 Lings around. I mean, if the Queens were ever not in position, you absolutely go for it. But this seems like a map that's not too bad for keeping those Queens in position. This is a pretty small choke. Yeah, they could dip around over to the 4th base, as it were, as Mixu actually looks to grab it. But hopefully the Queens would pick up on that and actually move, thanks to the Overlord positioning. I don't think I got sick, but I have been super, super tired. I actually slept in till 1 p.m. yesterday. And that was I went to bed at 11 p.m. So, I don't know what that's about. But now I've gotten all types of phlegm, so maybe I'm like a little sick. The jury's still out on this one. Which, by the way, I did not end up having to do jury duty, so that was a nice thing to have happen. Getting back late at Wednesday night and then calling and having them not list my juror number. Although, to be honest, I was quite curious as to how the actual, like, jury, thing would have gone. I don't know what court case I would have been on, and I'm always going to be scared it's going to last more than one day, but I'm still kind of curious how it goes. So if it wasn't for such a jam-packed schedule right before jury duty, I actually would have almost in a way been looking forward to doing it. Not the getting up at like 6 in the morning to get to Denver proper and be there on time, but the other stuff. That made it a bit interesting. Ooh, a little Overlord creep spread here going on. That's not going to last very long, however, as Hero Marine's follow-up is ready to go. It's 6.5 minutes exactly. 16 Marines just shy of combat shields. Scan's going to use that creep spread. It was actually, I would say, necessary. This is kind of scary close to that 4th base. Hellbats do form, but the Banelings already forcing the pickup of the Marines. They had to run back too much to really get that ideal situation against the Banelings. So now going into the main base, they do have combat shields now. These Lings do have to be careful because combat shields, and they have 1-1, and the Banelings this time around are not up close and personal before Hero Marine can get to microing. He even takes out that Spore Crawler that was damaging the Medivacs quite severely, and this is, well, problematic. I was going to say, maybe you just save the Medivacs, kill whatever you can with the units that you leave behind, and that's exactly what Hero Marine ends up doing. If it wasn't for that Spore Crawler, I do think that had game-ending potential, actually. If the Spore Crawler wasn't there, these Medivacs are very healthy, and, well, maybe not game-ending, but it would have been very frustrating because the Medivacs would have been able to pick up the 16 units. Pretty much guaranteed that the Spore wasn't harassing them the entire time. And then you get a double-double going on as Mixu tries to get set up in not just a 5-base situation, but even a 6th base is on the way. That would have been difficult to cover if you did have 2 drops simultaneously happening. Fortunately, it's just the one. Mixu also doing a good job trying to set up something on the opposite side of the map. Is found out, however. Hero Marine not going to go after it. I mean, they would have been somewhat trapped, but decides not to go after it. Maybe he didn't actually see. I mean, the Medivacs definitely saw it. I mean, I think they're trailing it, actually. Okay, well, whatever. Anyway. The Lings will continue to threaten run-bys. The 4th base is on the way. Hero Marine does have 2 factories. Drilling Claws on the way. 2-2 about halfway done. Has paired up his armies together. 12 SCVs go down as I was not paying attention. Those Banelings, I saw them form over here. How in the world did they... They must have been over there. I must not have seen some over there, right? Like, that's... Okay, well, that's good for Mixu. 12 SCVs gone to seemingly only 2 Baneling. I'm actually super confused how that happened. Is only the army didn't have the 2 Banelings come through here? What? Okay, all right. Gonna let that one go. Yeah, Mixu's run by, I think, was very cost efficient, while also getting, like I was saying, 6 bases, 89 drones. It's not gonna have 2-2. It's the only thing missing from Mixu's upgrade set here. He does have a Hydro Stand, Infestation Pit, and a Hive could be on the way shortly. He does need more gas, and that is something that he's fixing right now. It's a pretty big bio ball. Good split of the Banelings trying to take care of these Widow Mines. Widow Mines are going to get not too many shots. Okay, that was a decent shot at the end there. But off of creep like this, it's going to be very difficult. And I do think that is the weakness of Mixu right now, is that lack of creep spread that really started with the 630 drop to clean up the Overlord spread. Down at the bottom, it's not so bad, but around these bases to the top side, it just isn't that much, but a little too deep right there from the bio. The Banelings were going to connect if Hammerine didn't pick up. I guess he was also trying to control this Widowmine drop, which has popped off and killed maybe not that many drones, but some. Lane Baneling looking for a little bit more, maybe hoping to find the army unloading. Do not do so. Now could turn into a run by. This 4th base, not yet a planetary, actually might be better, because now you can lift it. But then Mixu could also use this to go for a big ol' surround. Looks like the drop has been cleaned up to the bottom right side. Marine back on the top left. And the Mixu is going to go for the run-by instead. Is Marine going to pay attention and lift this command center? All those SCVs will be forfeit, but he does lift the command center, focusing now entirely on the front lines. Takes care of some queens as he's losing a lot of economy back at home. But this is a very scary army, and Mixu is using a lot of his army to go for this run-by. Plenty of reinforcements available, including Widowmine's last-second split as well from Marine, who is paying good attention to both sides of things. Only 1 Baneling is left over right now. And it is 2-2 to 1-2, so this amount of bio probably going to win against the Hydras. That said, medevac number is low. Ling's coming in from the run-by to try and help out as well, and maybe this is just shy of being enough with the medevacs all running out of juice. They even started to run forward a little bit and then giving themselves up as they try and turn back because they're out of energy. I feel like if there is 4 medevacs with energy consistently healing that army, that is a different story, but Mixu barely managing to collect things together to hold on for now. Did still lose the hatchery, is still reeling from losing so much army to the defense and the run-by. A lot of Banelings have been formed again. Plenty of Hydras available. Good DPS coming out, or at least it would be better if there was any upgrades. That might be the biggest problem, as this looks like too much bio this time around. Last time, not quite. This time around, maybe so, especially as the medevac count has grown again. Infestors are on the way to help out with some fungals, but that might be a little too late. Here, Marine supply about 30 to 40 above his opponent. 1 fungal is going to help, but not enough firepower behind it. Here, Marine even rushes forward, gets the fungal once again, and the Hydras, they're doing their job. They're still on a decent enough number towards the tail end of these fights to actually win them out, but in the game of tug-of-war here, it feels like here Marine is getting farther and farther ahead, especially as that 3-3 draws to its conclusion. 3-3 versus now 2-2. Again, no Hydra upgrades. Adrenal Glands will finish up here shortly, but is that going to be enough? Mixu, the creep spread was good, or decent, I should say, to the bottom side. Now that's also being cleaned up. Desperately trying to get whatever he can on the front lines to help even a Spore Crawler that does get taken down. Banelings will form up, and that just might send here Marine back for now. And here Marine is on a steady march forward. That 3-3 has been done. Medevac count is good, and just avoiding any colossal mistakes against the Banelings. I feel like here Marine has got this one in the bag. I mean, even with 4 bases, even if he does accidentally take Banelings to the face, I think he has more of a recovery than Mixu does. Mixu's lost too much economy, too much army. He's now going to lose that Hydra count that has been keeping him alive in this game for a couple of minutes. And he is going to be losing this game and this series. GG's. Here, Marine Relentless does take game 2, and will advance on to face yet another Zerg player in the form of Solar. I think gambling games that are made for popularity. Not quite sure what you mean. Yeah, I have to give me an example. And what do you mean that are made for popularity? Daft Punk or me? Well, Daft Punk will certainly be a consistent stream of sounds. I might not be. Whoops. Wrong guy. Wrong lobby. Just kidding. I'm too interesting sometimes? Maybe sometimes. Not all the time. God damn it, did it again. Joined the wrong lobby. Like blackjack to have roguelite elements. Yeah, I guess this is like the game everyone's talking about. I mean, I don't know. It sounds like it's pretty popular. Why not make table games into a video game? I thought you were asking about games that, you know, still require you to give them money and then not make a lot of money in turn. In which case there's a lot more to discuss, I think. Like gacha games or, you know, slots on your phone, which are pretty bad, or sports betting and all those things. But if you're not giving them money, then I don't think there's any problems whatsoever. I think this is the legitimate lobby now. Fresh best of 3 in the bottom rights of Winter Madness. We have Falcon Solar. And in the top left, still representing Mao's, believe it or not, it is Hero Marine. Mao's just never going to give up. They got one person in StarCraft, and that's what they like. Good for Hero Marine. And I guess Falcon's just also like, well, we got him for EWC, so I guess that's it. And I thought there was a rule, at least that was communicated to me, in which that if they were picked up for this year's EWC, they kind of had to keep them up until at least the end of the year, start of the next one. But I don't think that was... I'm not actually sure that was true or not, because it feels like some other people were let go by teams that they were picked up for EWC. But I don't know. Some of these guys, some of these teams, also hoping that StarCraft 2 will be EWC next year, I'm sure. Like SKT picking up Hero, but no guarantee. No guarantee on that one. Oof. So Hero Marine did just 2-0. Immediately forgot the name. Mixu in Solar 2-0'd Fiant, which was what I was remembering. All Zerg players, European Zerg players, anyways. But now Hero Marine did defeat Mixu 2-0, and that was a TVZ. Solar's ZVZ seems fine, but now he's in a ZVT. Solar's ZVT pretty darn good. I think Hero Marine is going to have his work cut out for him this time around. Mixu got to a couple of good situations as far as Zerg economy, but was unable to withstand the relentless pressure of Hero Marine. Let's see if Solar does an equally good job getting to that 80 drone for 5-6 base setup. And if he can actually defend Hero Marine's aggression. This time around, Hero Marine going with 1X expand, no forward barracks. Winter Madness being another one of these new maps. I do like the effects. I do like the looks of it, but it seems like a otherwise very normal map. Nothing to truly go over. It's a pretty small choke here that I guess you can break the rocks down. And then something to help you maybe attack into someone's fourth base. If you break down these rocks and those rocks. Yeah, and that's it. No golds or rich Vespians. Rich Vespian in the middle. There you go. But no golds. And it does seem like the newest maps being tested and being considered heavily for a ladder map pool if someone's, you know, paying attention and actually letting us change the maps, which I think they are. But we never know. They're all a bit basic, aren't they? I gotta say, at the, you know, initially just testing out whatever maps, I didn't really have a strong opinion. Oh no, I never replied to Wax Angel. Whoops-a-daisy. Feel bad. Because he actually did ask if I wanted to be a tournament organizer choice for TLMC, and I forgot to answer. Which I think I'm just going to be like, no, thank you. I'm going to have a strong opinion, but I won't help influence the decisions. America. Anyway, the maps so far that seem to be the most tested or the most likely to be played, they're all boring, which actually makes a lot of sense, because the most likely to be played are the ones that players are like, hey, this map's fine, let's do this one. And what do players like? Really boring maps. So that doesn't surprise me, but it is a bit disappointing if we're going to get nothing but maps where there's not even Xel'Nagas. Like, it feels like we're actually reverting after a map pool that had the Zerg rocks, that had healing shrines, that held, I don't know what he's asking, no ramp. He might have meant no overlord spot. Maybe it was supposed to be that. Anyway, slow zones, fast zones. You know, it felt like we were really starting to experiment with doodads. And then this new map pool, potentially, we'll see what actually, like, is chosen for the map pool, but still, it feels like it's reverted. Like, to the point that we're not even getting Xel'Nagas, which are the most basic bitch of map doodads. And I don't know why we've done that, but it is kind of disappointing. Anyway, what's not disappointing is Heromarine going for a Battlecruiser opener. Hell yeah. I think he did this in game 1 versus, why do I keep just thinking of Fiat, and I can't remember Mixu at all. Mixu, he did it versus game 1 in Mixu. And when it's a mech. So this could be, and I think it is, double gas is already being taken here for Heromarine, no tech lab on the barracks. Yeah, I think it's going to be going into mech here. So it's also going to be usually a couple or more battle cruisers, although no fusion core upgrade on the way. So I don't know. Maybe it will only be one battle cruiser, but there are the extra factories. And then it used to kind of be a little standard. You know, one battlecruiser opener was into bio back in the day, and then if you're going into mech, you would bother to get 3 battlecruisers as well as the Yamato cannon. Solar doesn't note this is on the way, but he has chosen something that's going to be very good against it, which is that he's going into a Spire and a Roach Warren. Very possible that he saw Heromarine well, I say it's very possible. It is possible, actually. He was playing as EVZ. He has seen that many Hellions, though, and that might have been the nod to mech that he needed. Many bio players making up to 12 Hellions, and they're racing on into that natural. Lings try and stop them as long as possible, but it is temporary. Queens not trying to body block them is best case scenario for what's going on here. But these drones, a lot of them are going to be goners, but not nearly as many as you would suspect. 10 drones going down for the cost of what was 10 Hellions, I believe, on the offensive. Not actually that impressive. You know, I also saw it looked like those Hellions had really caught Solar by surprise, too. So I would have expected an entire drone line, 16 drones or more with the gases as well. 10 is not bad. Hellions did scout the Spire, which in this case is going to be for Mutas, which Solar has been experimenting with more. And he has seen the Battlecruiser at this point. Remember, he didn't actually see it up until the Battlecruiser arrived. His Overseer only just came in. He's going to be able to see that there are no more Battlecruisers on the way, though, and it is a double armory upgrade build. So that's going to point more towards true mech, not battle mech. And in this case, Thors are going to be on their way out. That makes sense, considering that he saw a Spire. And Mutas would want to come out first. Like, if he had gone into Corruptors, that would have been a severe overreaction to a single Battlecruiser opener. And while Mutas don't seem like the best thing against a Battlecruiser opener, they're okay. You know, like 8 Mutas are okay. The fact is that Heromarine is now very well defended against 8 Mutas, so we probably should give up on the Mutas, but c'est la vie. It's kind of like a tit for tat as far as the reactions that both of them had to do to each other, I suppose. But yeah, again, 10 drones, not that bad. Moving on here, Marine 3CC setup, 4th base is on the way, you know, with that double armory that really pointed towards a longer game scenario. More Thors are on the way. I'm not sure if Heromarine thinks that it's going to be a mass muta thing. I don't think that is what he's thinking. Maybe more so just that Thors are pretty good, actually. 4 Thors will kind of guarantee that you won't die to any attempt at mass mutas, and then you go into tanks, and hopefully that will cover you against Roaches and Ravagers, which is actually what Solar is doing. But that is the rub, making sure that you have the appropriate unit set against what they're actually doing. Heromarine has only seen 8 mutas for a time at this point. He really should realize that Roaches will be on the way, as he also saw the Roach Warren. And he is now moving over into tank production, but a little supply block is going to hurt. Needs as many tanks as possible, set up preemptively. The Roaches already coming across the map as Ravagers have already been created. Solar going for a very fast swap. Teleport going to be necessary for the Battlecruiser. They do teleport out. Master Pair as well. I mean, that's going to be useful. It could theoretically take out all the mutas and then help out against the Roach Ravager. Double Medivac looking to go for a little harassment, but I don't know if Heromarine is really expecting this swift of a follow-up. No upgrades as of yet on the Roach Ravager, but maxed out. 4th base is going to finish and provide a little bit more of a wall. It's going to buy more time for those tanks to get sieged up and sieged and start shooting, which they are indeed doing. And this seems like a pretty damn solid defense Rosa Biles missing the tanks, hitting the Thors that are going to be repaired anyway. 18 SCVs do go down, but a 4th base is done. Consistent SCV production during this entire attack as well. That seemed like it was going to be scarier, but this Sim City and Thors are also pretty decent, honestly, has really worked out very well. 1-1 finish on them too, as Solar's only +1 is finishing now. The attack felt very swift. It felt like it could have some serious potential against someone who was making Thors up until the Roach Ravager was ready to come across the map. But it didn't actually do very much. 20 SCVs, might be like, didn't do very much, 20 SCVs, but it's 20 SCVs with, again, 4 CC, building SCVs consistently. It doesn't even look like he lost 20 SCVs. 2 extra command centers already in production as well, so there's already a lot of investment that has been made. This seems like a fantastic position to me for the Terran player. Solar's not done yet. He's going to go into Swarm Host. He's going to try continuing battering the mech player down, but at this point, he is now at less of an economy than his Terran opponent. And while Swarm Hosts are cost efficient, so that's okay for now, it just, I think, shows that Hero Marine really is in good spot. 4th CC should be coming down rather swiftly. It is on its way now, and I think he will be able to defend that. Thank you, Elite, for the 37 months. L37E. Corruptors are here. Just a couple to take care of that battlecruiser, probably, which did get repaired again at one point. Swarm Host making an appearance, going right for the SCVs. Missile Sword's getting taken down, maybe allowing this one Muta. Go Muta to do something. Probably not going to do very much. Medevac still being used as well. Actually, like the Thor mobility is really nice with the Medevacs. It can even go into a bit of a push itself sometimes. Wow, this creep spread, amazing. But I like it for having the Hellbat Thor mobility against Swarm Hosts now. I think that's actually very useful. Here, Marine, probably going to stop making SCVs at this point, yeah. Those are the last SCVs made. Working his way up to 2-2, going into a little bit of battle mech, a little bit of that mobility that I was talking about, and then some. Battlecruisers are going to help maybe take care of this natural alongside a couple of missile turrets because there are corruptors out. And then the Swarm Host won't be that scary. And the Swarm Host so far not doing a ton. They added 17-ish SCVs to the count, but again, here Marine on 4 bases mining, and then 6 bases capable of remaking. How is that Muta not attacking the command center? It's a very lazy Muta. This creep spread is pretty cray-cray, but this is not necessarily as big of a problem for mech as it is if it was bio. When Hero Marine is ready to push, if he wants to push, really, this will be cleared up pretty damn quickly. It's not the same fright that a bio player has that, oh my god, now the Zerg's going to collapse in on me with faster banelings hitting my 4 vulnerable Marines. But speaking of vulnerability, those tanks were a little vulnerable, so nice find there from Solar with the Locust. Was harassing the economy so much, and Hero Marine is kind of prepping against that more so than having units around the tanks. So a decent amount of tanks taken down, 4, no 3. I mean, that's a decent, but for the free unit thing, yeah, sure, that's okay, but really not a lot. Overall, the Swarm Hosts also lackluster. Here Marine should be in a good place to push. Glad to see that he is pushing and not deciding to turtle this one out. 2-2 is done for him. We have Solar moving his way over into, of course, Ling, Baneling, Roach Ravager, but then more importantly, Infestors with Neural Parasite, which is really what you got to do as the mech continues to get to its final form, which is 3-3 Thor, Tank, Viking, Liberator. That's a pretty damn good army when it's reached all of its upgrades, and so you do need to basically use their own units against them. This army is just not going to be that impressive. Cyclone's probably going to get traded out. I think we're going to be going... Oh, no, he's actually making more Cyclones. Thors are getting destroyed as well, and this push is going to be stopped. It does clear off all that creep, and here Marine has a good enough economy to replace the army, but he is not building that significant of a bank as of yet. Solar on 7 bases, currently mining on 5, 77 drones, is moving towards that Greater Spire as well, giving himself options. He has been accumulating a bank, which makes sense with the composition that he's chosen here. The Air Marine needs to make his move towards a 5th, which I'm looking at the map setup, and I can see that being a little bit difficult. Locust, Roach, and Ravager getting involved in this fight, but it's up a ramp with Liberators that were not taken out with the Corrosive Biles, so that was not destined to be very good. And yeah, the ramp definitely a great defensive position, but I'm looking at this base and I'm wondering if Heermarin can actually successfully reach out to grab that. Other base that he might be able to take is this one, but that's even farther away, although it does have Rich Vespian Geyser, so maybe that would be the priority. Hard to call, but Heermarin does need to think about that 5th base. Muta has tenure. It's still there, by the way. Sponsored by Monster Energy. The Hellbats are going to survive. The Banelings were mostly used on Cyclones, which, I was going to say, I do feel like maybe it's time to move away from Cyclones. They have their uses, of course. I feel like it is a very person-dependent, and yeah, composition-dependent, like how much room you're getting and how much they're fleeing, and how much they're invested in a swarm host, and there's a lot of things to be maybe still going into Cyclones even as the game gets later. But I do think if you're going into late game mech, your actual perfect army is not going to have that many Cyclones with it. And we're at a count of 5 going on 7 Cyclones. That's to me good enough. But I'm not the professional here. I mean, Heermarin knows better. 3-3 is about halfway done. Not going to be involved in this fight around the Planetary. Is the Planetary going to go down? Mass Repair might just do enough. No, just barely not enough. The last couple Corrosive Biles take it down. And that is that's annoying. Not because Heermarin can't replace it. He has plenty of extra command centers to replace it, but rather than that it just... You do need to take the time. And the Muta strikes back! The Muta finally attacks the command center. It's just that, like, that is one less Planetary, right? You don't want to take the time to build the basic command center, move that over, wait for the Planetary while defending it, especially because that's your 4th, and you really need a 5th at this point. So it's more about the time lost and the protection lost than it is about, hey, you lost a command center. +3 attack is going to finish up for Heermarin. Nice pickup with the medevac on the tanks. Very nice reaction, but now there's no tank sieged up, and this could be an opportunity for Solar to take care of that front line Hellbat Cyclone, which indeed it does. Heermarin, if he does get this base up, Liberators sieged up in these chokes, then I could see a very powerful defensive position. He is very nearly there. But still struggling to really accumulate a bank that would make a Terran feel all nice, comfy, and safe, having done also 0 damage to the Zerg's economy. This is where you do start to panic, I think, a little bit as a mech player, despite how good I think the first 12 minutes of this game has gone for Heermarin. You look at your bank, you look at your not maxing out, re-maxing instantly after a fight. You know the Zerg player has had plenty of time and to get to whatever they've gotten. Whatever, you don't know. They could be at 100 drones and all the bases mining. You don't know. Battlecruisers tried to go for some harassment, very swiftly cleaned up without dealing any economic damage. 14 SCVs went down, it looks like, to this 5th base. Planetary was saved, however, so that's the good news. Once that gets mass repaired, they get back to mining. Yeah, it does feel like there's maybe too many losses. Yeah, well, yeah, okay. I mean, the mech player is actually at a worse resource loss than the Zerg. I mean, that's a terrible sign. So, yeah. With how the first 12 minutes went, in an ideal world, I would say 5 minutes later, you're going to have that 10,000 resource difference. Maybe more like 6,000 because Swarm hosts were involved, I suppose, and they are, whatever. But still, you're going to have a resource difference. We all know how that works in TVZ, and especially in mech TVZ. The fact that it's even and actually worse for the Terran just goes to show how much better Solar has done in the last 5 minutes. I didn't check it at minute 12. I probably should have, but I'm going to assume it was good for Heermarin at minute 12, and now it's bad. That doesn't mean to say that Heermarin is out of luck. I do feel like there's maybe some composition problems. I don't know. I don't want to speak as an authority on this late game mech situation with the Cyclones that are still popping out, but to me, I'm not liking the Cyclones. I feel like, for the most part, the Cyclones have been dying alongside the Hellbats on the front line without really adding very much. There's been no point where you've seen that Zerg retreat and then the Cyclones get their maximum value where they chase after something. Very rarely have they even been able to kite, which is part of the problem too. Like, they're not even kiting backward, getting all those kind of free kills that they would usually do. They are just simply collapsing as if they are frontline Hellbats, which they're not. They're more expensive than that. So, yeah, I don't know if that's... Yeah, I'm not going to sit here and be like, well, that's just specifically the reason, and you should really listen to me. But it doesn't feel very good. I look at a 19-minute TVZ, and I feel like my vision of this is more like, this command center died, fair enough, but then another command center is a planetary here, 3 tanks there, a Liberator covering this position right here, Sense Tower obviously, missile turrets too, then that's just locked and loaded. That's just so difficult for the Zerg player to break. A couple of Hellbats as well, because the Lings will cause problems, but that to me is so much more of a frustrating break point for the Zerg than what is happening, currently what we're seeing, which is that the Terran player is losing a battle here. More army had to come in from the right side, and that army, while 3/3 Thors are very good, and you can see that case in point, it's being reduced to only 3/3 Thors, and not in a way that they're maxed out, but just like the last remaining 4 Thors. Here, Marine has not been able to remax in the last couple of minutes, and Solar is slowly but surely whittling away at this Terran, and didn't really actually have to do the advanced technology that I figured he would. 7 infestors were on the way, though. Good lord. Did he lose all of the infestors? Oh, let me too. Yeah, just deciding that, Neural Parasite, the Thors that are left over, that will do the trick. But yeah, usually, the Zerg starts feeling like they're smashing their head against a wall, so they start coming out with different technology. They start coming out with Nidus Worms, They start going into, like, mass swarm hosts, because they get desperate. They're like, I don't know how to break this Terran. 20 swarm hosts, 20 brood lords, triple Nidus worm, and before Solar even really got to that aggravating point, he started to make inroads, and I think found that his layer-based composition, yes, with upgrades and now infestors, but still a layer-based composition, is actually working. The mobility, the trades, it's all going swimmingly, so he hasn't changed from that, and again, he's winning the resource trade. So, very well done from Solar here. But for Hero Marine, I don't know if the late game... It's weird, because I feel like it's like now 2 Terrans, the ones that are going mech. Hero Marine here, and then Foxer in a qualifier a couple of weeks ago. It's like the beginnings of mech look really strong. And then the tail end of it, it's like... Not like, did we forget to play mech late game? But more just, I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't look as good as I was expecting. Neural Parasite's coming in for that final blow on the Thors, and here Marine is going to have to tap out. GG Solar. Of course, doing a great job reading the flows of that game. But I don't know. I guess I have to be critical. I do want to be like, I feel like there was something wrong with that late game setup. Got to 4 bases. Pretty well done, too. Like, I really can't get on board blaming that loss on like the 20 SCVs killed on that 3rd CC, for instance. I really thought that was totally fine. And then, you're set up on 4 CC, maxed out mech with double upgrades going into 3-3. That's just an ideal setup to me. Even if you did take 20 SCVs loss, like that's a blip on the radar, actually. So it has to be something with that late game composition and setup that went wrong. Well, anyway. I don't know if Hero Marine's going to do that again. Hero Marine won 1 game as mech versus... Why do I keep forgetting this guy's name? Mixu. It's like, I keep wanting to say like Demi as well, which doesn't make any sense. Why can't I keep Mixu in my brain? I'm sorry, Mixu. Anyway. There's now lost the mech game versus Solar. I think, Solar's obviously was a very convincing game too. You just don't go mech again. Well, we're on to a brand new map here in Satellite Years. In the bottom right up one now it is Solar. In the top left it is Hero Marine. Need Ghosts. I don't think that is the problem. As far as actual perfect late game compositions, yeah, Spooky Mech is probably the perfect one. But to me, there's a step before that that's still pretty damn near perfect, which is Tank Thor 3/3 Liberator. And then any amount of like Hellbats to take care of whatever. But, basically that composition. And that's already pretty fucking scary. And then getting to Ghosts is actually incredibly difficult to do because it is very expensive. You got to make the production, you got to make the Ghosts, you got to get to a critical mass of Ghosts as well. It takes a long time, not always viable. I don't think Hero Marine trying to build into Ghost at minute, let's say 14, last game would have gone any better. Actually, I think that probably just would have continued opening up opportunities for Solar. No, I think he just, I don't know, I really want to stick on the Cyclone thing. I don't know, guys. I don't know. The Cyclones can be a very useful transition into at points in the game. Like, they absolutely do not have to be an opener. We see plenty of mech games where you do go into Cyclones, particularly against Swarm hosts. You know, helps with the mobility. Maybe you help clear up the Locust, and then you can actually chase down some of the Swarm hosts. The Roach Ravager is such a small number because Swarm hosts take up so much supply that it tries to engage. The Cyclones do their job backing away and then chasing. It can be very good, but I think those were probably some of the worst Cyclones we've seen. Hopefully Hammerine doesn't watch this. But yeah, they're pretty bad, right? Like, let's just disregard whether Cyclones alone were the answer or not. Let's just focus on the fact that the Cyclones are there. Did they really do the Cyclone thing? I don't think they did. They never chased after a retreating army successfully, and they never really backed away to that very annoying point where the Zerg player is like, I've almost got him, I've almost got him, I've almost got him. And the Cyclones just keep backing away, and then they never die. And the Zerg player's like, ah! That never happened. Again, they were almost like frontline Hellbats. They seemed there just to mostly die, which is not a good use of resources. So maybe a bit of getting used to the new map, honestly, could be some of that. Because on old maps, you know very, very well. At this point, they've been playing on these maps a decent amount, though. But on old maps that you know extremely well, you kind of also know how you're going to move your armies of different types. You know, my Bio army is going to move this way and that way and this way. And my Cyclone army is going to have this way to back into and this way to back into. And maybe that map was surprisingly shallow. Once the Zerg player breached the ramp, there was not a lot of room to go back behind your bases. That's true, I think, thinking on it now. But nonetheless, it was a consistent problem. We went back into Cyclones, and they kept on just dying very uselessly. But we're moving on. We're going to go into a Hellbat Marauder attack by the looks of things. This Marauder is on the way, so Armory should be added, well, now. Oh, okay, he had to get the Marauder slow. Okay, but now. One more Marauder, but now. Okay, well, an Armory should be added on. I don't quite remember the build. I don't know if I don't think I get a Viking with this one either, so there's that difference too. And it's 3 Marauders. But then the Medevac's going to be coming out. Okay, well, usually this goes into an attack. Solar had very little scouting last game. Is going to improve on that scouting. There's the Armory. So after the Viking pops for the Medevac, gotcha. But this Overlord is not going to be able to see what it wants to. This is the time that Solar tried to scout, and this is the time that Hammerine actually got a Viking. That is sus. But you don't know what's behind that. The Solar could be going through all of the options in his head. He saw one Slidey Ball on the front, so he knows it's on a 3rd CC build. And if it's a 2-base build with a Viking popping out and real intent on not letting you scout, I mean, the worst case scenario is most likely a Hellbat attack. So defense against the Hellbat attack, don't need Banelings necessarily, but you do need the Queens altogether, and you do need a decent amount of Lings, which Solar is getting to. I said decent amount, maybe not decent enough. He's also adding on more drones. Maybe he didn't realize what it was. It's a lot of Hellions. Turning into Hellbats, Medevac is instantly target fired, though, and that is a lot of healing taken out of this equation, but the Queen's all taking a lot of damage. The last transfuses have come on out, but they were able to spread thanks to those transfuses, mitigating the damage from the Hellbats. And this is a super, super solid cleanup to the point that Hammerine does just tap out. Wow, GG's. Didn't expect that to be so quick. Sorry about the ads. Well, quite the amazing hold there from Solar. We'll move on to the upper bracket semifinals. Interesting development in the bracket. Percival, Terran player, has defeated Hero 2-1. Didn't see that coming. Hold on while I type something on the internet as I get into an argument. I've used my Reddit account to basically only ever talk in the StarCraft subreddit. And it's felt, well, I suppose for years, there was really, to me, no reason to post anywhere else on Reddit. But now I'm opening up. I'm opening up my Reddit account to other subreddits. And I've posted on the Deadlock subreddit once so far. I have also now posted on the Final Fantasy subreddit because I have opinions and some people have bad opinions. I have the best opinions. What are my opinions? I'm so glad you asked. Does everyone want to hear my Final Fantasy opinions? You're in rage and won't play lower bracket? To me, I don't, I mean, maybe you could send a clip my way and I could assess if he really raged, but to me, I imagine Hearmarine was more like, oh, Zerg is so difficult to defeat. I don't think I will play in the lower bracket. And then someone on the internet, no, you just raged! As someone who has, to me, had very lukewarm reactions to things, and then someone else on the internet was like, ZombieGrub just raged! I'm very hesitant to believe such things. So my comment that I had to make, okay, right after that series ended was we're on the Final Fantasy subreddit, and they have bad opinions. For instance, some of these people, a surprising amount of people, think that 13 is an okay, if not good game. It's a fucking terrible game. It's actually terrible. And anyone who defends it, I automatically hate them. So, basically, Final Fantasy subreddit likes 7 Remake, I would say overall. I did not like the 7 Remake. I didn't like with the way the direction they were doing with the first game, and I really didn't like the second game. But I am willing to accept that that is a personal thing. 13 sucking is less of an opinion and more of just a fact. But anyway, so the producers of the next part of the remake, because there's a part 3 of Final Fantasy VII, because of course there is, were saying that they wanted the game to be to have better story pacing. And then an article made it clickbaity by saying, oh, the developers want it to be less bloated. The developers never used the word bloated. That's a negative thing. They never said that. Everyone's getting all up in arms about it. Anyway, first comment, people want no side quests, 250 FPS, the best story ever written, and the female characters have dresses with pockets. Is that too much to ask for? Which I think is an amazing line. And then someone says, you literally cannot please this fan base. I was in GameFAQs when 13 came out, and it was literally years of endless comparing about the games now not having side content or minigames. Now that there are tons of stuff for people to do on the side, it's shitty bloat. You literally cannot win. And here's my comment. There is something called a middle ground. Like, I had to comment. Because them being like, people complained 13 had nothing. And now they're complaining that 7 has all the things. People just, like, can't win. It's like they're... I hate when things are exceptionally hot. And I hate when things are exceptionally cold. Temperature just can't win. What if you just made it, like, warm? No! You just can't win. Fucking stupid-ass comment. 8 isn't bad. 8 might not be your cup of tea, but 8 is not a bad game. 13 is decisively a bad game. But ZombieGrub opinions, no. In Final Fantasy 13, you literally play the game for 14 hours before you face a boss that has any amount of backstory or importance to the story. That's insane. That's insane. You face nothing but unimportant, mindless robots that they send at you because they're trying to stop you. And those are your bosses. For like half of the game. That is insane. That is so bad. And how no one points that out is just the mind boggles. People literally played 13 facing unimportant bosses and were like, this is very captivating. I mean, that blew my mind when because I didn't even realize this I think was the stream realizing it, but when the stream realized it, I was just like, oh my god, you're right. And then people's argument is, well, the characters are really great. I love seeing the development of the characters. That's what they used all that time to focus on. No! The characters are not great. Yeah, Hope was a fucking whiny baby. Lightning could have been cool, and she became uncool. And when they say hallway simulator, people are like, 10 is a hallway simulator. It's very linear as well. It's not that it's linear. That's why people say it's a hallway simulator. It's that it's so linear and it has no one to talk to. There is no populace in 13 until, again, about like 12 hours into the game. That's when you actually enter into a city where there are other people and other things happening outside of just pretty particle effects saying, hey, this world is pretty, and monsters, of course. And they don't even talk to you. There's no one they even, like, chat with once and be like, here's the history of this city. Not even that. Not even. You literally do nothing but run forward. You press the forward button for 12 hours. It's crazy. I would say the Final Fantasy subreddit are full of Final Fantasy fans. Shock. who do tend to be nicer to all the Final Fantasies than the general populace. And that includes 8, so you know, I shouldn't be so upset at them. But when they defend 13, oh my god. Ugh. 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 I didn't really like the combat in 13 either, but that I'm willing to say is a personal thing. Like, people can like it. What do you think of my summing up of 8's ending? And it made so little sense. It made the most sense ever. Yeah. I think you're right. Because basically, if you wanted to unwrap this onion that is the Final Fantasy VIII ending, you could write essays and get yourself cross-eyed in your attempts. Or you could just be like, I don't really want to do that. And bad person do bad thing. Love conquers all. GG's. Which is 8's ending. Once your eyes glaze over with time compression, you just don't have to worry about time compression. Like 8's ending over 9. Both are, to me, some of the best examples of just how nonsensical endgame Final Fantasies can be. Not because you can't follow it. Like, you can follow it. It's just 9 is the biggest jump of like, okay, I understand the boss we're facing. Oh, it's literally God now. Oh. That really does sum up a lot of Final Fantasies. I've never played Planetscape Torment. I did not understand the endgame God Final Fantasy IX. And you don't even, there's like a chance you don't even recognize you're facing God. There's a chance. Because you have to actually look at the enemy boss name. It does like the typical Final Fantasy transformation into a bigger, badder thing. And you could have just been convinced it was Kuja the entire time. Yeah, but instead it just suddenly is the title is God. Monday Night Weeklies are not close to being over. We're waiting for a game. Most likely Clem versus Solar. Percival is waiting for the winner of Max Packs, who versus the winner of Geralt versus GG Machine. Who is not actual Machine. But a fan, I suppose. You glad you stopped on Tactics? I will play Tactics again on Wednesday. I did a little leveling before I left for Safe House. Maybe I can defeat the boss. But I think Tactics is very good. Apparently, there's quite the argument about whether or not Tara has green hair or blonde hair. One of my base opinions of Final Fantasy IV, gonna be honest with you, I don't really remember it. There is a problem playing all the pixel games back to back to back to back to back. I remember 1 and 2 because they're really basic, but 3, 4, and 5, they all really blurred together. Let me look up what the story was. Okay, there's the overworld and the underworld. There's the Lunarians. I'm kind of remembering playing this. There's Rydia. Her design in 4 after years is controversial. Really? Isn't she the one that gets swallowed and then comes back as a teenager? Or young woman? Yes, that's who she is. Okay. Yeah, I'd have to replay them. I would have to replay them, honestly. I'd have to replay them and do so not one after the other, I think. I'm sure I had hot takes, but I don't remember what they were. Benjitron, thank you very much for that gifted sub. And for that amazing joke you made. Well, time to check the other streams. Alright, Clem's in game 2 versus Shameless. $20 gifted. Total, yeah. How drunk did I get at my StarCraft meet? You mean at, like, Safe House? No one got drunk. Not nearly enough booze was consumed. We just did like the one. I mean, I didn't even do one. I think Chicken Man took a cherry shot. Maybe I could take the time to go and get a drink. Clem looks like he's pretty close to winning. Yeah, okay, BRB. And I'm back. Clem hasn't quite won yet. Vedi Presh, thank you for that 2-month Prime sub. Oh. Okay, now I'm really back. I think Clem just won. So, good news! We're gonna get into a game. Just eat everything you own straight into their base like rents do. So just SUV rush. Who's playing next? I'm glad you asked. Clem versus Solar is finally ready to play. They're doing vetoes now, I assume. Here we go. It's happening. We're in lobby with every other commentator. Your pick of the litter as far as commentators go. What's your favorite fast food chain? That's a question I don't really have an answer to. I'm gonna be, pinky out and be like, I don't actually go to fast food that often. Which is not to say that I have perfect eating habits. And that I don't eat out. But, fast food? I think I'll say Taco Bell. I think that's what I've said in the past. But I really don't eat it very often. If you looked at like my DoorDash, it would be mostly Vietnamese, I think, because I almost always have a hankering for, or if I don't know what I want, this is always a good like end game, is either a banh mi or some pho. So that's more my weakness. Not so much like hamburgers or anything. All right, in the bottom left of Andromeda, we do have the Terran player Liquid Clem. And on the top right, we do have Team Falcon Solar. Someone asked me what my favorite fast food chain was, and yeah, I didn't have that great of an answer, but I do feel like if I get fast food, like Taco Bell is up there. Although we got Taco Bell here one time, and it was disgusting. And I think it was just the Taco Bell, like the particular restaurant, but maybe my taste buds have changed. Is also a possibility. Although no, because we had Taco Bell in Las Vegas when we were all being degenerates, and that was just as I remembered it, which is very satisfying when you're hanging out with friends and drinking a little bit and all that. So, yeah, good old chalupa. Those are good. Vietnamese is better. I feel like Vietnamese, you can't go wrong. You can get your spicy stuff, you can get your plain stuff, you can get your broth, you can get your noodles, you can get your rice, you can get your meat, you can get your vegetarian, you can get your sweet. I fucking love. I think my favorite dessert is it's taking a while to realize. I think my favorite dessert is mango sticky rice. She's delicious. And then maybe second favorite dessert is probably like blueberry pie and ice cream. But the first one probably is mango sticky rice. It's great. All right, so we got an SCV scout for Clem, who might actually be a little wary of solar cheesing. It seems like he might use this to... Oh, no, he's not. Okay, never mind. Maybe he wanted to see the drone go. But that drone already went. That drone gone. So it's possible that he meant to block out the hatchery at least a little bit, and was unsuccessful. It is Clem, and while we've witnessed now 3 TVZs, it's the first one with Clem. And Clem is almost guaranteed to win TVZs. It's a bit ridiculous, but it's not exactly untrue. People who can give him a hard time include Cyril and Rainer. And on a good day, it does include Solar. I will say Solar has had some very good games versus Clem. But recently, I believe this has been Clem favored. So I think that'll be the case yet still. No idea how the maps favor one race or another. All I've really taken from the maps we've seen in the Monday Night Weeklies, as well as other Open Cups that I've tried the new maps, is that they're all a bit basic. The one that I like might actually be this one, just because I think it is a shorter map with a more interesting layout, where a lot of the other ones are very typical. This still doesn't have a lot of doodads, which is a bit unfortunate in my mind, but at least the layout's cool, and I think it is a shorter map. And yeah, I do play Terran, and then Protoss, and then not very much Zerg, so Of course, I would be fine with shorter maps. Reserve players are all complaining. Stupid Zerg players. But seriously, I do feel like if you're going to have a drastic change for StarCraft 2, it's going to be in the size of maps. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe one day someone, a dictator comes around and makes a new map pool that is nothing but 30-second and under rush distances. And it's terrible. No one has any fun. Zergs just lose every game and Terrans still go 3cc. Could happen. But I would like to see an attempt, because I would really like to believe that there is more action in StarCraft if you don't just give a bunch of room, which I would prefer at this point. Because I don't think we're going to get to some ideal great early game, great mid game, great late game in StarCraft 2 without significant changes to the game itself. So as much as it would be like, we'd love to be like Brood War, where every part of the TVZ is interesting, which is only true for some games, by the way. Brood War people really have a habit of making it sound like every game in Brood War is amazing, and it's really not. But anyway, probably happens more than StarCraft 2. That I'd be willing to admit. I don't know if it's going to happen, but what I know can happen is like rushes and chaos and crazy new play styles, because the maps can change drastically. And changing drastically, like, in a macro sense, making them all have, like, guaranteed 5 bases, and then, everyone has 12 bases on either side of the map. That just sounds boring as hell. So definitely don't go that direction. Anyway, we got a fast layer coming in for Solar, fast-ish, but he has been doing a lot of Spire builds with the new patch, I guess, and the new maps, maybe. And we could be having that yet again. I like Zergs going for Spire. Do I think it's actually more viable? That, but I like that they're attempting. I do think it creates more of the action that we like in the mid-game when you go for a Spire. And I'm leaning more and more towards the Spire. Although we don't have a lot of gas, so maybe... But we don't have any upgrades. We don't have any evolution chambers on the way, so... Well, okay, now they're on the way. Hellion opener into 2 Banshees with Cloak, not Hyperflight Rotors. 4 bases trying to be set up here. Appropriately defended by the looks of things. And perhaps, Solar is not going to go in a Spire. Damn. Wouldn't have called it if it wasn't that he was going for it a decent amount lately. It's still not... No, that's pretty impossible, actually. He has got to build Baneling speed and double upgrades, because he did actually add on the evolution chambers, and the layer wasn't that fast. It was fast enough to give him an Overseer. Had a good time deal with this Cloaked Banshee shit. Just being a little annoying. Hellion's also being a little annoying. Unlikely to kill an entire hatchery, but not impossible. 2 Banshees end up surviving, having done minimal damage. Units lost, even enough. Regular opener to TVZ. And it is just a good old-fashioned Ling Baneling. 1-1 upgrades will be way faster for Clem. He manages to find a queen, maybe 2. Not quite. Transfuse is available. As Clem is up on 3 bases now, he is ready to get to the double drop phase. Second factory coming down, Lickety Split has really taken over the meta. Into the 4th CC. Ling Baneling Hydra will be the play for Solar. And that first attack is on the way. It's going to include not Hellbats, but Hellions, which is still a little bit extra for the attack. A couple of Widow Mines involved as well. Baneling speed will be done, no problem. So, Solar shouldn't take a lot of damage to this. 2 Queens do go down instantly. Overseer also going to get popped. Take what you can get before the Banelings go roly-poly on in here. Widow Mine is going to be decent. Not great. Another Queen will go down. Perhaps a 4th Queen as well. Not quite. Those Banelings are doing a good job protecting that last one. But 4 Queens in total actually did go down, so that would have been the 5th one. Clem, relentless with the aggression as he macros near perfectly back at home. We're paired up the 2 Banshees so they can help out any run-bys. 2 more drops headed off to that right side to the very vulnerable 5th base that Solar is trying to get. As Solar also desperately tries to hold on to his units. On the left side, the Banelings were being target fired, but not nearly fast enough, so not going to win right there, but the fact there's only 2 Banelings left is not a good sign. And the drop down to the bottom side was predicted correctly by Solar, who does send units at the right time. It looks like a prediction anyway. He might have reacted, but still. Double drop. Not a new thing here. Question is, can Solar split perfectly every single time? Widowmine is going to get popped. Clem not able to micro that from going off on a single ling, and so this drop is not finding a lot of success, but now the top side has Hellbats, not just Hellions. Widowmine's burrowing up very, very close. Marines running away from the Banelings. Banelings all get popped! No more Banelings. That's a bit dangerous, but also no more healing, and the Marines are fully surrounded on equal upgrades, so they are going to force those Marines back. Solar is handling this. I mean, it's about as well as you can. There's always the butt clench moments when you see very limited Banelings, when you see the Widowmines take great shots, but Solar is managing things. He's getting up to a Hydra count. He is saturating his 5th base. He is keeping some creep spread going, despite all the aggression. Clem is not taking any damage himself, of course, while dealing a little bit of damage here. These 2 Banshees arrived. You know, the off-timing Banshees always a surprise. Kill 6 drones, and then skedaddle to once again help for any run-by potential, which there have been no attempts. Solar solely focused on the defense, which again is going fine enough. Solar also trying to get up to those lurkers, which would be a real hard line to cross for Clem if they ever made their way out. Now, that is still dangerous because they won't have any other upgrades. Double drop on the top side has been officially cleared up. These are just medevacs hanging around. And more emphasis on the bottom side as Clem also expands. Takes a planetary to the 4th base off to the right, focusing all of his intentions perhaps now on this base with the very limited creep spread. Trying to fix that currently. Solar is back up to 8 queens. They do have to traverse some non-creep spread areas, though, so are a little bit slow. Clem's not going to be able to catch that, although it was kind of close. And actually is not going to head totally south. And choose this little avenue here. Maybe abuse the choke a little bit. Nice Widowmine shot there. This one also going to get a decent shot. I mean, Clem might be expanding down to the bottom half of the map, but continuing his aggression up to the top. Widowmines. Ooh, that's a good shot on the Lings right there. Not enough friendly fire for the Zerg to be happy about that. And the Hydra's definitely not protected enough. They all get slaughtered. Solar needs way more up to the top side. A little bit late to realize that, perhaps. Banelings getting sniped here. Hydra count is pretty good, but that is a lot of medevac healing. Widowmine helps with the medevacs, though. That friendly fire on injured medevacs kills. I think there was 2 of them. Significantly injures the rest. We got the Banshees now coming in to help as well against what is only Hydras. Scan ahead reveals no Lings, very few Banelings in creation. We got 2-2 versus 2-1 as well. And Clem finds an opportunity to overwhelm. Solar is dwindling on that supply. The Banelings do force the pickup. Those are some Hail Mary Banelings right there. That was... They didn't look like they would do a lot, but 2 Banelings forcing a pickup does give a little room to breathe. I don't think it's enough, but that would have been game over then. It might still be game over now. That is a lot of bio and not a lot of Zerg. So much of the Zerg also still trying to deflect drops on the bottom side. And there you have it. Clem will win game 1 in Clem fashion. GG's. This isn't a guaranteed win, but he is 80% likely to win a best of 3 against Solar. I mean, that's about as close as you can get. I do think that's a difficult map to play on for Zerg, because I think it is shorter. I actually don't know. I'm just guessing off of feeling here. The vibes. But it kind of looks that way. So there is that. But Solar is also... Clem is also just very good versus Solar. About some sort of dynamic addition, like one undeveloped base on both sides blows up. Fine. Yeah, go for it. Yeah. I mean, anything that's very interesting. But you really need a dictator to come in. You need someone who rules with an iron fist and doesn't care about being unlikable, to come in and be like, nope, all of the maps are going to be super fucking weird, so you bitches can't veto the weird ones. Because that's what's going to happen. Every time a map maker dares to make a unique map, even if there's an entire genre for voting for weird maps. Only one wins, and then only one is put into the map pool, and then that one is just vetoed. So you gotta make it all or none. In the bottom left, it is Clem. In the top right, it is Solar, and we are once again on Throne of the Something, because I never remember what it is. Throne of the Something. Winner of this advances to the upper bracket finals, which will most likely be Max Packs, but Percival is facing Max Packs after defeating Hero 2-1. I do think Max Packs is better than Hero at PvT, but it's different. And, nothing that I really know about Percival says that maybe the difference is still more, is still better for him. Maybe he's actually better versus Max Packs than Hero. I don't know. But in general, it's very often Max Packs versus Clem in the upper bracket finals, isn't it? Not to totally disregard Solar, which is being very rude right now, but it is very difficult for Solar to win versus Clem these days. Every so often has a great game, great back and forth, great display of defense versus offense, but much more likely are games like that, in which Solar really starts struggling from minute 1, but that's not unique to Solar. Everyone starts to struggle versus Clem's aggression around that 6.5-ish minute mark, depending on what build he opted for. But once he gets going with Marines and Medivacs, then that's when it's like, oh god. And Solar occasionally is able to turn the tide, get a really convincing battle that then sends the game into a spiral for Clem, and those are the games that he wins. But so much more often it does look like that last game, which is just struggle, really struggle, and then game over. Drones going either direction. Clem was once again waiting with the SCV to try and block out, or at least confirm the third hatch is there. This is a map where I guess you can take either one, and Solar, that's a second drone that was going up to the top side, was kind of maybe a fake. No blocked hatchery. Seems like maybe Clem is adding the block hatchery tactic more often, and Solar has picked up on that and is trying to stop it from being an annoyance. Triple CC from Clem. I mean, this guy's TVZ is so good that while maybe there are some arguments against the SCV Scout that turns into the annoying block hatchery, Reaper then kills the drone, then maybe even if you really are having a good time, you even build a bunker sometimes, and you really, especially on bases where you can't take the fourth as a third. There's arguments against doing it at all, even attempting it. My view is, if you're not a professional player, you should probably always SCV Scout and always try and block the hatchery and be freaking annoying with it, because the loss of economy does not matter. Even if you're Grandmaster, I don't think it matters. But when you get to professional, then it's like, well, that might matter. Maybe you do want the economy a little bit when you're facing, like, Cyril, I guess. But then it feels like Clem has gone above. He's gone beyond. And now we're back to, like, he's so good that even if his economy isn't absolutely perfect in the early game, he probably still wins. And he can be an annoying little SCV as well. So I like that he's adding it in. I don't know if he does it that often versus Cyril, though. That might be the difference. We'll never know, because Cyril doesn't join these things. Cyril. Once again, a Hellion, a Banshee opener. It worked out well last time. If it's not broke, don't fix it. Blah, blah. The Banshees even were able to dip in every once in a while on some of the main engagements and add just a little bit extra. A couple of drones, a couple of Hydras, a couple of Lings. And with any other Terran, I would have said some of those moments were F2s that went well. You F2 the Banshees, and you go, oh, shit, I F2 the Banshees. But they killed 7 Hydras, so okay, fair enough. But I think with him, it's actually very much on purpose. If he's not being attacked by run-bys, he's going to bring more of his units to the front line. 6 Hellions will be the opener, and then everything else is just basic Terran stuff behind it. Cloak will finish up in a second here as one queen already very low thanks to the Hellions. Does go down. More queens are on the front line, and that's going to be enough to push this back. Solar's general Hellion Banshee defense was good last game. It's fine. Well, maybe not fine right now. No, the Lings are there. Clem looking for the opening, finds Lings prepared instead, and will be punished. Losing all but 2 Hellions, and maybe the Reaper survives. Nah, it's goner. It's a goner. The Hellions not going to die as the Banshees do cover their tracks. But still, that is less available for the first Marine drop. Last game, he kept those Hellions. I think there was 5, I want to say. Maybe 4 Hellions that were left behind the double drop that he could have run back to. And then once his army was done, that's when he brought them forward as Hellbats. And that's just a really clever way of using your Hellions, which now you can't do at all. The Hellions are all dead. So this is a better early game for Solar. 4th hatchery is under fire, but so unlikely for that to die. So unlikely. So unlikely. It's so unlikely, guys. It is so unlikely. You don't even know how unlikely. At the end of the day, a queen will go down. But, you know, worst case scenario, the hatchery is going to be transfused. I am a little surprised. That Overseer just felt like it took forever to actually come over. The Banshees will skedaddle. Both will be repaired up and once again be that anti-run-by defense. And if there's no run-bys, bring them to the front line a little bit. This map, I think, should look a little better for Solar. It does look bigger to me. Again, it's all based off vibes, though. But also, I feel like it's less claustrophobic. There's less chokes and hallways for the Terran to abuse. More open spaces for the Zerg to try and do something. This run-by is going to find a decent amount of SCVs by the looks of things, but then we do have Marine action on the other side. The Queen maybe went down right there. Marines of the second stim are pretty injured and without combat shields as well. Without their 1-1 too, going for speed over the most powerful army possible. Did not find a lot of success, although I feel like I could see how it almost did. Yeah, a lot of the Queens are getting low. Ling's starting to run out. Hydra's alone, not the best, but at the end of the day, that speed did not work out. And Clem will have to wait until those are healed up with all of their upgrades done to really find more efficiency with those. Double Factory, again, prioritized into the 4th Command Center, so we already have a triple Widow Mine. Drilling Claw should be on the way soon, too. Infestation Pit has started for Solar. Looks like he's setting up for that Lurker Den. Okay with that drone. Fine. And a 5th base for Solar as well, as he is at 78 drones after the Banshees find just a couple more again. One taking significant damage is going to go down. Last second micro, just barely enough energy to get that cloak. Hot damn. Clem with the attack on the top side and also maneuvering his army to the bottom. Solar is going to have to traverse a wide area to defend both 4th and 5th, and that 4th is really significantly injured from the Banshees. Yeah, it was never going to go down to the Banshees, but being at half health against aggression could be problematic. Widow Mine pops off, not super well so far, but the Marines are doing their thing, killing some of those Queens on the front. Reinforcing Hydra's also going down, but that is enough Zerg to hold as Lings hold against the drop, although maybe, yeah, I guess they've got to control those. +2 Carapace was the emphasis, not the double upgrades with melee, but rather upgrade armor, and then also for the Hydras, getting to that +1 missile, now getting into the +1 melee. 4th base is already down for Clem, shortly turning into a planetary. 2-2, a little bit late there for Clem, so that's some good news going for Solar. That armor is not nearly as fast as the weapons, but we all know weapons is the preferred one anyway. Love the addition of the Infestors. We'll see how that works out. Widowmine's getting taken down before they can actually get a shot off. Of course, Clem did see those Infestors, tries a pre-split, does get fungled on a medevac, but really not bad at all. Just needs to be very careful about going up ramps and keeping your army clumped up. 2 Infestors is It's all on the bottom side as we still have a drop to the top, but that's a decent number of Ling Hydra. Widow Mines will be taken care of as well. Drilling Claws is, in fact, done. And we got Clem almost maxed out. Solar almost maxed out. Solar had he's got a Hive. He actually skipped Banelings, which really should have been more of an emphasis of mine. Sorry, but that did happen. Last game, the Banelings, they did end up helping at some points. Other points, they felt like they weren't helping at all. And we have seen some effectiveness from Zerg players when they do skip that Baneling nest. And how much they can just skyrocket up to the advanced technology. A lot of Widow Mines went down before the fight really occurred, but still plenty to help out. And just the brick wall of 2-1 bio against not enough Lings, not enough Hydra pressure either. More Ling coming in here now, however, should be able to clean this up. And again, Solar up in that hive with lurkers and the upgrades and the hatcheries, still alive. Lurkers, though, not enough of them to protect themselves, do go down. Nice catch there by Clem. Does get fungal, but not enough of a follow-up, I believe. Yeah, no, Hydra's coming in here to really get the true punish on the Medivacs, and Clem will be able to escape. He got 2 lurkers with that, so at the end of the day, that's actually not too bad, even though the most of the army was cleared up. More lurkers are on the way, though, and more upgrades for those lurkers, too, means that, you know, 2 and maybe a spine or just a handful of lings or a spore. Probably going to handle most of the double drops. It's going to be more about the big main engagements as lurkers get added in, but they are trickling in very slowly. This one on the front lines, targeted but not killed. No Marauder slow, by the way. Clem seems to have forgotten that. A lot of bio still here. A lot of Medivacs, really, not a lot of bio. Is going to flee from just a mass amount of 1-2 Hydras. Lurkers also, well, there's only 2 of them for now. There could be 6 forming for all you know, so you do have to respect that. And Clem is already making his way up to Ghost. He's about to be at 9, but those Lurkers making the offensive push. It's what's really scary about this. Lings on the right side, not finding a lot of efficiency. Mostly Hydra Lurker trying to push through this choke. Maybe at the best time possible. This isn't really how Clem wanted to defend. He wanted to have those ghosts ready to tackle lurkers before the choke was abused. Now the command center is in trouble. That 100% is going to go down. Way too many Hydras. Stop that. Clem in a lot of trouble, in fact. Fungal also coming down on some of these ghosts. He's down in supply. He's out of this game. Solar strikes back and will tie up the series with some Banelingless play into some pretty quick lurkers. Why no tanks? I mean, tanks aren't the counter to Hydras, really. If that's what you're thinking. You know, like, oh, they're so efficient versus Hydras. I mean, they're okay. Obviously, they outrange them and they deal splash damage. But they're a very different type of army. If you build tanks, you're building a siege army. When you build a siege army, you gotta play it slow and steady. That doesn't really favor the action that Clem was looking for in that game, which was just rapid fire, 2 different attacks on either side of the map, drops, engage, 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 Wood of Mines hoping to pop off when his isn't paying attention. And the Hydras, you know, really aren't scary a lot of the time if there's nothing with them. In that game, the Hydra count got kind of insane. The bio count started to dwindle. The Hydras looked good. But a lot of the time, the goal more so is to clear out the Baneling, often. And then, you know, if you're bio Medivac 2-2 versus nothing but Hydras at 1-2, I mean, you're usually pretty happy about that. Okay, this is a very interesting map. I like it. I haven't seen this one yet. Mothership. In the top left, we have Clem. And then in the 6 o'clock position, I guess it is Solar. I guess I'll move it that way. He prefers the ADHD army, exactly. So this is interesting. So we got ourselves, you know, one of these maps where... Is it a 3-player spawn? It might be a 3-player spawn as well. It looks that way. Okay, very cool. I like it. So a 3-player spawn map. If you spawn like they did, then it kind of is like the, a little bit of a U-shape, but really not as classical U-shape as some of the other maps we've had. I don't know why Arena comes to mind right now, but it does for some reason. There's other newer U-shaped maps that we've played on. There's just so much dead space in the bottom left, I think is what's really freaky about it. And it seems like the idea is that you're actually on a kind of like a mothership. Not quite able to make the exact form of it, but I think that's the idea. As far as your progression here, okay, so first of all, Clem is going for a forward 2 racks. He is rattling to the correct location, but weirdly enough, not SCV scouting on the map that has the possible 3rd-player spawn. Yeah, so you go into your natural, that's normal, chokes natural at the natural, chokes normal at the natural, into your 3rd, over here or over here. Now, as a Zerg player facing Terran, Generally, you want to expand away from your opponent. But you probably still have to take this as your 4th. Yeah. SCV Scout did happen. So I just mistimed that. It does scout correctly right off the bat. I have no idea what is closer. It's very possible that no base is closer, rush distance-wise. I would then go to what's more abusable by Reapers, and I would guess this is, since you're heading right towards your opponent's base from your 2 racks into the Reaper hop-up spot. At this point, Solar does know the openers. Overlord did go to the right location. First off, most importantly, he has already sent the drone over to take the 3rd. So now it's about losing as little as possible. I wondered if Clem could go after the 3rd with the 3rd Reaper on the way. I feel like it's very possible to get a cancel if he had. Because those queens weren't going to, start their progress over there. Oh, and a Reaper goes down. Ooh. Ooh, he's messing up a little bit. He's diving hard for that queen. Does not end up getting it. But yeah, and it's also, it seems like it's so far away as far as 3rds go. So I feel like he could have canceled it. Obviously wanted to go for something, arguably more guaranteed, maybe. Like the queen did almost go down, but instead Clem loses a Reaper, almost lost the 2nd one, saves it, moves on to a 3CC build behind this, into a couple of Hellions. A Roach Warrant just gets slapped down for Solar pretty early on. Is he thinking about a Roach Ravager all in? I don't know how the rush distance here, but yeah, you come in there, and then you go up there. I think that's what you would do, and then you go up there. Or maybe you go from here over here, and then down, and then up. But you wouldn't want to be going up a ramp when you're attacking. Interesting. Well, this could just be a bit of a fake. I mean, you show some roaches, then you actually drone behind it. 6 roaches this early, 7 roaches this early on. Okay, he's gonna go for the attack. Okay, so at the end of the day, if Clem doesn't pick up on this, then Clem could just have nothing to defend against it, and so that always works. Analysis of the map aside here, that could work. It is not going to be very dedicated. More drones are on the way. But it is going to be a decent amount of units heading across the map. Clem will have to react to this. He does indeed. Bunkers are on the way. He really doesn't have a strong defense. So although this isn't going to be a fully committed, blings just coming forth over and over again, at least, well, I spoke too soon, maybe. Rounds out the drones at 37. No, nothing but lings on the way. It could be. Only 1 Ravager, but another one is forming as well. He wants to get to 3, right? 3 is usually the magic number. And this does actually get more committed. So more committed, then obviously you need bunkers. Other than that, Banshees would have been lovely. Don't have Banshees here. He went for a Liberator first. Canceled that when he realized he was being all in. Now building a Banshee. Might just come out in the nick of time. No stim for you, good sir, but that's okay because this is an all-in for sure. More lings are on the way. Solar looking to end it here. Doesn't want to play a macro game versus Clem 3rd time in a row. Clem just trying to get as many units out as possible, even if those Hellings don't look very useful. They actually are. Lings are a very important part of this this build. The Roach Ravager breaks open the natural, and the Lings come in. Mass repair is going to happen on this bunker to the south on the top side. No good there, but Banshee getting a lot of damage done. Bunker on the south side is going to hold as Ravagers are going to get it done. But that was a long time for the Marines to deal a lot of damage. Hellions also barbecuing up those Lings. Ravager is now left mostly alone, still dying to the Banshee, and this seems like a hold to me. Although 21 SCVs did go down, and that's about the amount that I say a Zerg player can try and play a macro game from. Ideally, you win as the Zerg player in this situation. But if that can't happen, then at least killing over 20 SCVs. Well, really with 3CC, I want to say 30 is better. This was a reach, though. This was a reach from Clem. Clem trying to chase after the retreating units, hoping that Solar had 0 other army units, was trying to go into droning much faster than he was. Does get the Marine taken down, does get the Hellion taken down, and even misrally some more Marines into the fray. I assume a misrally. Maybe he thought that would have been what, tipped it over. That made it a little more awkward. I mean, the problem is that even if he had saved those units, the Marines and the Hellions obviously would be great to save because he does want some map control. He does want some threat on the Zerg side of the map, clearing out the creep spread, checking for the Ling numbers, checking for the drone numbers, right? A little bit of scouting, a little bit of map control, protects your third so it can be slapped down. The Hellions are the biggest loss right there. The Marines, I was just going to say less so because you weren't really going to be able to use the Marines. Stim was canceled. No Medivacs would be out anytime soon. But still, that is Marines' loss, maybe not as efficiently as you would like. At least they did trade out. It's a tough game to call for both sides at this point. 21 SCVs, as I said, is I feel like the bare minimum for a Zerg player to say, okay, I have a shot. 30 is when you start feeling like you have the advantage, maybe, and maybe even that's a strong word, but you're feeling better. And then obviously like 40, you really are just winning the game. But 20, we'll see how it goes. Spire is on the way, and I love that choice for the positions that they're in. I think it's going to be very abusable. It also kind of continues the chaos, as the Terran is very unlikely to have a push with Stim canceled and Marine count reset. You're not going to be desperately holding against a push as you try to build up to your muta count. You will have time to get to mutas. They will have time to go across the map, and they will have time to do something. It looks like Clem has either predicted it. Yeah, I think he just predicted it. The map, the situation, the way the Solar's been playing recently. He has already built missile turrets, which is a pretty good start for him. Pretty big difference between having the missile turret there ready and being completely shocked by the mutas. 3 Banshees were created, so he did add an extra one. That's not too useful against the mutas, obviously, but still helpful for maybe some of the run-bys. An attack is on the way as Stim is done. Combat Shield's just starting. 1-1's going to be done for Clem, too, as Solar is going to be way later to the upgrades. That was his choice. Bandling speed is only halfway done as well, and the tank situation is a bit scary. 2 tanks sieging up that 4th base already. The mutas trying to go across the map. I thought they were going to have their own little moment before the attack came, but Clem possibly just acknowledging that that would be ideal for Solar. Attacks first. The mutas take the risky maneuver, go across the map anyway, and that might have just been the right call. Not a lot of Marines for the Terran player to defend. I'm trying to cast as my cat just like walks over my arm, onto my lap, onto the keyboard, through the mic. You done? He's done. Well, if you guys heard that, don't worry about it. He's okay. He's fine. Although I think it hit my heater, and it's making a burning smell, so that's less fine. But I unplugged it, so we're probably not going to have the house burn down. Probably not. What was happening during all of that? Who knows? Mutas were happening. Upgrades are on the way now for Solar. Ace's 4th base was canceled, but he has replaced his 4th and is now working his way up to a 5th. That was a very scary move out with the 2 tanks, but it seems like that just wasn't quite enough to continue the ball rolling. Not with the mutas harassing the SCVs. So Clem had to acknowledge it, packed up everything, moved away. And now we're getting ourselves into a decent macro game for both sides. Clem going up to a 4th base. He's got 3 tanks now moving over into Wood of Mines. A Thor being included, I think, is absolutely necessary. I feel like we always have a little bit of a adjustment period to mutas when they make an appearance again. And a Thor isn't just something that you get when you're really frustrated. I think it's something that you get so you will not be frustrated. Something that Terrans are relearning as more muta games happen. Very aggressive push deep onto creep. Clam not quite at that 2-2, but it is near finished. Solar not happy with the situation. To defend this base is just going to move over to his other 4th. 4 SCVs go down to the muta harassment. 20 mutas, by the way, with +1 flyer. Moving on to +2 as well. They obviously do not want to tackle the Marines. They don't want to tackle the Thor either, but if they can start picking off some of these tanks, that'd be very helpful. If they can take advantage of some of these mini squads of Marines too, the pre-split, then that's fine too. Just anything they can do to help out, including, but not limited to, just trying to go for their own little run-by, and that seems to be the option right now. Only a single missile turret against that many mutas ain't going to do very much. It's simply buying time. Maybe this Thor, yeah, not with the Marines also covering it, just simply loses the mutas there, and Solar is running out of options. He is trying to get to a hive, but I'm not even sure what he's really going to get from that hive. He wouldn't be able to afford that many ultras, that's for sure, and it would take forever to get the chitinous plating. Just part of the process. If he doesn't die now, he would die later, and it feels like he is dying now. Balin's trying to crash in. A lot of creep to work with, but not enough Marines going down. The splits are good. The tank covers them to a certain degree. Marines still chasing the mutas back at home, but a Widowmine even pops off. Muta count down to 12, 11, 10, 9, and that is going to be it. GG's. Clem will win Game 3 and move on to those finals. I fixed it. Of course, I don't actually know if my heater's broken, and I'm not going to find out during the stream. I feel like if I try and find out if my heater's broken, I'm just going to cause a short circuit. I can see into the future. And the heater plug is on the same circuit as the PC plug, so we're just going to leave that one alone. Did the other series also end is a good question. It did. Max Packs versus Clem. Alert, alert. Max Packs versus Clem, number 50 bajillion. It's coming on up. In the bottom half of the bracket, we have Hero alive. He was waiting for the loser of that, actually, so it'll be Hero versus Solar in the lower bracket. Is the cat okay? He's been walking around, so he's fine. You okay, Apollo? Come here. Come here. Come here. I love you. You okay? Yeah, he's not limping or anything. It's okay. This is my old man. Apollo's turning 12. Probably never trust this bed again, though. It's okay, buddy. He's purring. He's been very needy because I was gone for a week. He's trauma for a lifetime. It wouldn't be the first cat bed that broke underneath him, though, honestly. Trying to, like, set up some of the cat beds over the years that are supposed to, like, stick to the glass and not doing a good enough job sticking them to the glass. This one was a little bit more weighted, though, so as long as it didn't hit him on his head. This is peak content. He sheds so much. Okay, buddy. If I just let him do this in the first place, we wouldn't have had that catastrophic incident. Catastrophic. Let the people see you be cute. Look at him. Telling the story about going to tacos. That place was crazy, man. I went to hang out with them a little bit on Friday, and we went to a taco place that was very highly recommended, especially as we had some of the worst tacos. We had the worst Mexican food Wednesday night. Poor state coming in from Korea. All they wanted was some good Mexican food. And we get this. So I'll introduce the players first. And then story time. Our Taito Citadel, top left Clam, bottom right Max Pax. And telling a story about hanging out with Roddy in Las Vegas. But first, story about the Safe House crew. Yeah, Wednesday night, we're like, what should we get to eat? And State's like, Mexican. So we're like, okay, no worries. And I look on Uber Eats, and there's a 4.6 Mexican joint. And it's like, great, we'll get this. This looks fine. It's called Roberto's. And we order it. It comes in like 30 minutes, whatever. It's already a little sus on how they packaged it, but we open everything up, and then it was super sus. I mean, this was the worst looking food that I've gotten in a long time. I can't remember the last time anything has like looked this bad or tasted so flavorless. But like I got tacos, right? I got tacos. And the beef tacos, like carne asada. And it was gray. I mean, it was so gray. It was very clearly like reheated without any seasoning. Completely seasoningless. Like no salt type of no seasoning, okay? No salt, no pepper. No chili powder, no cilantro, no, like, nothing on it. The tortilla clearly reheated. Soon as you just, like, you know, pressed it to pick it up, it just tore apart. State's burrito or something that he got was like a similar situation. Just gray meat that was reheated, flavorless, disgusting. And the way that he put it was, this is what I think food poisoning looks like before you get it. The good news is no one got food poisoning. The bad news is State had took one bite and didn't eat anything else. And I took like 3 or 4 bites and didn't eat anything else. I think Steadfast had like a little bit more. And then like Chicken Man actually liked his, to be fair. But his was like a fried gordita or something. But the rest of the food was just so bad. So when I think it was Zur Girl who was like, we can go to this taco place that everyone recommends. We were like, But that actually ended up being really quite good. It was this really just crowded place, I guess, on the Las Vegas Strip that everyone goes to when they're hungover. But this was dinner time, so everyone still goes for regular dinner time as well. And you had to stand in a line. There was like 6 different stations. Like one had fries, one had pork stuff, one had beef stuff. One had like a bunch of like less popular tacos, like cow brains taco, which I've never tried. And took a while, but when we finally got our tacos, they were quite good and cheap and all that you would like from tacos. So that had a happy ending. Talked a lot about tacos, but now we talk about the game. TVP, Clem vs. Max Packs. Clearly 2 players very familiar with each other. This Reaper wants to get in and see if it's going to be a 4-gate, which Clem, or Max Packs does bring out every now and again. Unfortunately, he's going to die long before we get confirmation on that. So far to seeing the 3 gates, which I guess, really he did get enough confirmation. Thanks. It's rare you ever get to really get in every nook and cranny to see the true amount of gateways, but Clem did. Also, while handling the Adepts almost flawlessly by the looks of things, hasn't lost an SCV, finally loses that Hellion, but he killed 2 Adepts, killed 4 probes, and again, got that full scout to determine that it is a 3-gate, not a 4-gate. Kazansky, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Wouldn't Mind Drop is on the way too, which usually would also try and be some type of scout, but in this case, not necessary. Max Pax does go for a 3rd Nexus. Is he still going to grab that Warp Prism? That's what he typically does. He's actually going for an Observer, but he's a little supply block, so a little off his game right now. Jesus Christ, that almost hit big. A little off his game, I gotta say. The opener not working out as well for him as he also misses grabbing the medevac. Oh no, that was 100% supposed to die. I might still die. There it goes. Okay, that's good news for him, is that he finally gets a medevac. Clears out the Wood of Mines without terrible, terrible damage being done. And he actually does go into charge very quickly. But we'll see if he goes into Storm or Colossus. Need to come to Mexico and taste real tacos. I've had less interest visiting Central or South America than any other continent. But lately I've been more and more convinced to try it out. So it's a maybe. Maybe one day I'll get to Mexico. This Raven went down the wrong alleyway and nearly got shanked for it. Just a light shanking this time. Still lives, though. Looks like Max Pax was trying to get up on that high grounds, but Clem was one step ahead of him. Had units already prepared on the ramp, not letting him get anywhere close to the actual ledge, in which case he still had units there as well. Because, at this point he's identified it's not going to be a big attack, no Warp Prism, no severe number of Stalkers. He could split his army like that. Third CC is on the way. Now the 4th and 5th barracks. Stim starts up very late. Oh, that's what happened. Okay, so Stalkers went in, canceled Stim, had to rebuild it, and then he had units catching them as they retreated. That's what happened. So I was going to say, kind of a bold move to have your units out waiting for that, but that makes more sense. Still, the delay on the Stim, not game ending for sure, but 30-second delay. Raven comes back home just to sheepishly ask to be repaired before going back out again. You did nothing! Robo Bay is on the way, so it is going to be Colossus, the old standard. As far as the patch, I feel like personally I haven't seen that much out of the patch. It wasn't a subtle patch, but it wasn't a patch that just like hammered you over the head with changes either. You know, somewhere in between, I suppose. But I do feel like as far as the PvT effect, if it has affected it, it is subtle so far. Maybe Terrans are feeling a better time getting to 3 to 4 bases, for instance, a better time getting into some mid-game scuffles rather than feeling kind of powerless once those 3 Colossus are out and they're being bullied on their 3 bases. Hard to say. To me, it hasn't really made those it hasn't reverted back to the old pacing of PvT, which, to be fair, before PvT was Protoss favored, it was Terran favored, so there's that. But I did like the pacing of that a bit more, which is that the Terran initiated first with 2 medevac push out. Maybe the Protoss couldn't hold back when it was like interference matrix was, you know, free and instant. But after that, they held for the most part. Then it was just relentless aggression from the Terran trying to exploit the weakness of a limited supply of the Protoss. Keeping them suppressed on 3, maybe 4 bases. You know, action. Whereas when Protoss was better, and maybe is still better, kind of felt like Terrans, there's at some point was like, well, I guess we just don't move out. And we just do, well, exactly what Clem's doing, to be honest. Even going up to 5 tanks right now, so very defensive. And then the Protoss goes, oh, that's what you're doing, and then grabs 5, 6, 7 bases. The battles are still fun when they actually start to attack each other, but it's less about the Terrans moving and grooving and more about the Protoss, which, I guess I'm biased, but I don't think it's as fun. Second Robo on the way, double upgrades for the Protoss 2. Max Pack's comfortably on 4 bases, moving on to that 5th, and again a 6th, probably very quickly too. And Clem is, you know, he's trying to go for this late game composition, which is very powerful. Max Pax decides to engage, but that is a wide arc of Terran units. Properly protected by at least 3 tanks, almost any angle that you take. Yeah, 3 tanks at least. And so I don't think you're breaking that too easily. It just isn't the most fun, I think, watching StarCraft 2 when it comes down to this. The Terran choosing a lot of the games to be completely defensive. No one likes turtle games. That's very true. And while I don't necessarily call this a true turtle game, I mean, this isn't mech behind 5 planetaries and 20 missile turrets and stuff, but it is very defensive. If the Protoss tries to go for multi-pronged attacks, tries to break open the I was gonna say Metapod, there's some Pokemon references in here, can be fun. But then Protoss, you know, they do have a little bit of a pickle of their own, I suppose, which is that say the Terran doesn't do any move outs, say the Terran does do what Clem does and is perfectly situated on 4 bases, plenty of army to use, difficult to break offensively. Does the Protoss try and just go for the run-bys and the multi-pronged attempts and the Zerg style of aggression into remaxing? Nice snipe on 2 medevacs there. Or they go right into those Stargates. Right now, Max Pack's clearly emphasizing the attacking portion of this, finds a little bit of an undefended third, but moving up this choke, up this ramp, into what is still definitely an army somewhere. Yeah, not so appealing. Anyway, if they go into the Stargates, Max Pax feels like he can't break the guy. It's like, okay, I have a little Tempest to break him instead. It doesn't feel that great for Protoss to do. Relentless aggression might not work out either. And so we have ourselves a bit of a passive game right now. This Clem looks to survive basically to Liberators. If you can get to 8 Liberators with +2 and Lib range, you can start moving out on the map. This map doesn't really have a super great attack path for the Terran. In fact, the most tempting attack path might be something like the 3rd to the corner base. This is a corner base for Max Pack, so if you gave it up, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. But usually, you know, when you think of ideal stuff for Terran, it's expanding and then attacking into maybe this space, and that could work. From there to there, imagine the Liberators. But even then, there's still all these site blockers that cause some issues, I'm sure, and then a lot of open space try and get surrounds and try and get stalkers in great angles. We're not Liberators yet, but we are pushing. 2 Colossus falling so far, 2 still alive, 3rd one also going to fall. Last tank dies too, and the last Colossus, Max Pax, knowing that engagement was never going to go super well for him, does take the engagement, relying on the remaxing behind this, as he is up to 16 gateways, triple robo as well. All the upgrades finishing up too. Clem also aware of that, knows that he didn't win that in such a slam dunk maneuver that he could just stim to win. Doesn't even try to continue on. Doesn't even chase down those Immortals and Stalkers. Just backs away and says, all right, fair enough. And again, I would say ideally waiting for a higher Liberator count. Is this live? Your mom's live. Got him. I hope your mom is alive and healthy. So more scuffles happening in the middle of the map, but I'm not sure how much really going to commit to this from the Terran perspective. The Protoss doing the Zerg thing wants to take engagements that go well enough into the Remax. This is also a nice concave opportunity. I mean, when Liberators come out, they want to take care of chokes, but when Bio is still the play, they want to take, the concaves. The Liberators are making their way out, and it would be so great if Max Pax would just lose a battle. Oh my god, he's not going to lose this battle. The Zealots coming on both sides. Liberators late to sieging up here, not even pointed at those Zealots. Clem does manage to just barely squeeze his way out of the surround, and with the planetary to fall back to, that'll be just enough. But I was trying to say, it would be so lovely if Clem would win a battle here and then have Liberators siege up here. That is absolutely not what happened. But Max Pax seems to make sure it never happens. The Zealots weren't going to go into the planetary, but they know there's an orbital. It's a little bit of a more susceptible expansion that could go down. Some SCVs falling currently, but not a lot as of yet. Raven even throwing on some auto turrets. Fairly effective versus Zealots, really. Warp Prism warping in. Goddamn, so many units right there. And that is a bio, that is a decent amount of bio left over. SCVs could be pulled into the fray. Liberators still involved as well, helping out a tremendous amount. 3-3 versus 3-2, also helping a good deal. Vikings on the ground, trying everything they can to hold on here. And it looks like Clem is going to be able to hold, only losing 13 SCVs while having plenty of extra command centers. Max Pack's not done. See, he thinks there's an opportunity, and there just might be. He just needs another one more wave, man. One more wave. One more wave of Zealots. One more wave will do it. One more wave. One more wave, man. That'll solve all our problems. One more wave of Zealots. It actually might solve all of his problems. The bio not bothering to micro out does get fully surrounded, but Liberator is still in the skies, dealing a lot of damage. Stalkers can't take them out quick enough. Clem still on a good supply, and one more wave of Zealots will not do it. Neither will one more land on the highway, guys. That does not solve all the traffic problems. Clem holds, again, only losing 19 SCVs in the grand context of things. That is 5 bases, 8 command centers, building SCVs while they were dying. Barely even felt it. Why is he building ghosts? Ghosts are good. What? You're like the first person who's ever asked that question. No, but seriously. I mean, ghosts are expensive. They might not be the thing you want in those smaller scenarios, but you definitely want them. I mean, EMP on all those Zealots is so worth it. You don't want them to be your only army, but you definitely want them a part of your army. 6 more ghosts should probably be it, though. I mean, I think 15 ghosts is pretty good. Maybe then you stop. But they're only 2 supply now. They're only 2 supply. Do you know about EMP? Oh, yeah, EMP's great. Even after all of its nerfs. And this was a very Zealot-based army, because Max Pax actually ran out of gas at some point. I'm trying to run in once again, but this time SimCity is even on Clem's side, so this is just not working out at all. Zealots, though, also trying to hit that planetary alongside DTs with missile turrets, Liberator planetary. Not quite with all of its upgrades, but getting there. Gonna force a recall, actually, which is worth it. You know, sometimes in these later game scenarios, when the Protoss is on 5, 6, 7, 8 bases, and one of those is a gold. You know, who cares, right? Zealots, CTs, just like spread them like it's candy, but actually, 7,000, almost 8,000 resource difference. recall on 800 minerals. That's pretty good. And you're not using the energy for much else as well. All right. Maybe you do need a recall in 60 seconds, but hopefully not. 8 Liberators are out, by the way. +2 ship weapons and lib range. This is the incredibly scary army that the Terrans are looking to get to when they play defensive. Max Packs can't break it if it's a sieged, but maybe he can break it when it's unsieged. That's a maybe. That's why I said maybe. That didn't work out. Stalkers and Colossus a bit alone against a decent number of Marauders. And the Colossus even buddying up to Marauders. Not the situation you want. Zealots still trying to find Clem a little under-defended in one location or another. So far unsuccessful. Liberators sieging up means that the Zealots not going to be able to be the thing that tips the scale here. No, that's too many Liberators. And you can see, if you watch a lot of TVP, hopefully you can kind of see how easy it is to micro Liberators now, which is really quite a decent buff to them. It makes them far easier to use and siege up in that type of situation from here to here very, very easily, very quickly. War Prism to get into the main base. Zealots are going after the Fusion Core. It looks like the War Prism was cleared up, but we need more units up there. Zealots attack into the 3rd base. That was the 4th, excuse me. Planetary is still around to help, and this is simply not breaking the Terran yet. You know, it's never the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, or 5th wave, I guess, in this scenario. But we are running out of waves. Max Pack's running out of gas as well. He's reestablishing the gold that was denied him a couple minutes ago, but really needs the gas. Mass Zealots is not always going to do the trick, although it is the kind of thing that you're hoping does, basically. I mean, as much as it is weird to see again, like 8 base Protoss with so little gas, and that is worrying, he's not making any attempt to transition. It would not go well for him, so I think that is spot on. His best bet is that enough Zealots really do the trick. Finally finding a planetary, so that's better than they've done in the last couple of minutes. 24 SCVs do go down as well, but Clem is still on 5 bases and has extra command centers to replace. That's command center that went down. Picking over some more rocks is also a good idea. Clem lost 25 SCVs, not replacing them this time around. Might not need to. He does have mules after all. And Max Pax finds a successful Zealot attack, but just one of many, many, many attempts. I'm not sure that's good enough. It did not bridge the resource gap. 11,000 resource difference now, so it definitely didn't bridge it. Max Pax is retaking all the bases that he can, but we're getting into the 20-minute mark here. And at that point, you do start to ask yourself, how many more Zealot swarms do I have in me? The Zealots are trying to either find such chaotic damage by getting into the main, getting on top of the planetaries, getting into the natural, getting to the 3rd, that they win the game that way, or they're trying to find one hell of a surround when the Liberators are preoccupied elsewhere, which they have also not been able to find. Liberator counts, I was going to say, I figured there was enough of them. They're just spread around, so 11, but only 5 or so on the front lines. Good enough to kill a Nexus. Slow and steady wins the race here for Clem, is what it's looking like. Link forward, grab a Marauder, grab a Medevac. But can he grab much more? It's such a little... It's a very weird little place. There are so many sight blockers, but obviously we have air for Clem, and we have Colossus for Max Pax. But it's very odd to move into this brush. And now this is what you want as a Terran player. Oh, yeah. Yep, Liberator sieging up, great. Vikings killing Colossus, great. Bio still in plentiful number, great. But then all of it together, moving in one fluid motion down the midway point, killing the base, then hitting the arteries, that is the 4th base. The robo goes down, suddenly the gateways are in trouble, the technology is being camped. That's what you want, and that's what Max Pax has to acknowledge is about to happen. You can't really defend against it. So what do? You go for a base trade. It's the only option available. Gonna be able to get this orbital. That orbital is also a goner. The natural could also be in trouble, as well as the main. Go for the arteries. Go for the most important thing first. That's what MaxPack's got to do. Clem actually spending some time chasing around Army and now going after peripheral bases. Might not actually be the move, but it was also threatening collapsing in on MaxPack's army. Kind of doing so, but only with a portion of his. That's so many zealots, good lord. 3-3-2 on those zealots, by the way. That does not seem like enough bio, but now they're going back to a planetary, and now they're going back to a couple liberators, and that is something zealots cannot handle. So neither player making a move into each other's main bases, getting perhaps trapped there as well. There's a pseudo base trade. Yes, they traded bases, but they did not kill each other's production. Clem is down to just one mining base, by the way. MaxPack's on about 2. Can he win an army fight, though? Is the resource loss getting worse and worse? Now 15,000 difference. Might come down to this. Can MaxPack take one hell of an engagement, or will Liberators rain from above? I think they're raining. I think they're doing their thing. All Liberators coming together, 14 of them in play at this point. And MaxPack's down to just 126 army. Or supply overall, excuse me. He was at half of the army when I said that. Now still down 80 army. Clem did not replace the SCVs in the last 4 minutes of this game, so he has just replaced it with army. He has so much army. So much. The army is getting a little spread around here, but not in a way that favors MaxPack's. The main army still looking good for Clem. Chases down one last Colossus. MaxPack's realizing he's running out of options. Planetary forming to take care of the Nexus in the corner. Clem has got this game. MaxPack did what he could. Try and make it chaotic. But it wasn't chaotic enough. GG's. Game 1 goes to the patient defensive Terran. Cat. Dimitri's the orange cat. In the bottom left, up 1. I did not change. There we go. In the bottom left, up 1. He is Team Liquid's Clem. And in the top right, we do have MaxPack on Throne of the Blank. Yeah, how do you deal with that? That's a good question. See, the problem I think that could occur with the patch is that they might have made it harder for the Protoss to win in the mid-game. I don't know, because I also feel like we were, you know, when the patch happened, we were also seeing Terran players try different things, obviously, as they were not winning very often. And one of the things that they were starting to do more often was just play super defensive, like never move out past a Widowmine drop. So I don't know if that is the solution or the patch helped that, and now it's the solution. I don't know. But anyway, so now that Protoss aren't winning in the mid game as much, they're getting forced into this late game and these late game scenarios. Terrans are doing better, but I think they were already better in those scenarios, even when they were losing a lot of the TVPs. Hopefully that made sense. Before the patch, Terrans were losing tons of TVPs. It was a bit of a sad matchup. They were turning to first SED pool, then that stopped working, and then they were, you know, floundering. And then we saw some of them start to turtle more often, and that seemed to be doing okay. But if they turtled correctly, if they manage to survive and actually get to, again, let's say 6-8 Liberators with range +2, the chances of them winning did feel much higher. They had a better army to the Protoss. The Protoss had the Zerg situation, which was that they had more economy, they could overwhelm, they could take multiple bad fights, and they might still win. Now with the patch, again, we have Terrans turtling, defensive play, getting to Liberators, looking better than the Protoss army, but now perhaps even better because Ghosts are only 2 supply. So now they have more room. Ghosts still take more damage from the Colossus, for instance, but I didn't think that would be a big part of this matchup anyway, just because there's so many layers to the engagements by the time Ghosts appear. But at the end of the day, you give them very large armies, as they also tend to be the ones to give up SCVs and go into a bigger army. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like what you did is maybe you just made mid-game a little bit harder for the Protoss, as this Adept is going to get chased down here. Nice opener from Clem, keeping the Reaper at home, going into the 2 Marines, then adding on the Reactor. Really taking advantage of that. The Adept opener that Max Pax likes. Anyway, yeah, so the mid-game might not be as good for Protoss, hard to say, but the late game was always a bit troublesome for them, actually. And now I think it's even more troublesome. So, in my eyes, what might have happened was that you made it a bit more difficult for Protoss in the mid-game, which is what people wanted, but then you still buffed the part of PvT where Terrans were actually doing okay. Right? So I'm a little scared of that. And whether or not Protoss is buffed in the mid-game or not, it's so hard to determine truly. Sorry, whether Protoss was nerfed in the mid-game, excuse me. As we're watching, once again, Clem have a pretty good opener in this game. Which last game he had a good opener too. It does lose 2 SCVs, so there's a little more tit for tat this time around. Second barracks already on the way. Double Widowmine drop. Just follow that for a while as Max Pax once again goes into... Oh no, 2 gateways this time. He wasn't able to do his 3 gate anyway, so I mean, if you're going to take your Nexus and Macro, might as well go for 2 gateways. So yeah, following this Widowmine drop. Because someone asked, what do you do against that late game scenario of last game? Tempests aren't really the answer. The transition over into Stargates is so difficult for the Protoss to do. And even if they manage to get to a decent Stargate position, that late game Terran army still actually feels better. First Widowmine was very unsuccessful. Second Widowmine, very unsuccessful. This time, maybe the medevac will live, though. Second barracks done. Third barracks on the way. Clem has gotten all the scouting to tell him that it was a 2-gate expand, so he does not have to worry at all about Stalker aggression, but it's Max Pack. Still, occasionally throw out a Warp Prism and still harass you, so he's still positioning his units in very secure ways. And just playing super, super close to the vest here. And if he's going to be playing defensively anyway, that makes a lot of sense. Last game, a handful of Stalkers managed to cancel Stim once. This time around, not going to happen. It's still losing, not just 1, but 2 Stalkers this time. Plus, the Raven actually does something this time. Kills 2 probes. Does feel like Clem is getting the better early game twice now. And that's not always a guarantee between these two. They're very micro-focused in the early game, and sometimes it goes Clem's way, sometimes it goes Max Pax's. Max Pax does see the incoming army, an observer trailing the tank as well, and that is scary. I don't know if Clem really does this move out every time that he does this build, but with the way the situation's heading, the way that it's been going for him, might feel confident enough to actually do the push out. Medevac thought maybe it could escape. It was wrong about that. It does go down, and Clem says, you know what? I'm not even going to bother. And that seems, again, to be so much of what Terrans have learned over the past couple of months, is just, even when it seems like it might be a good opportunity to attack the Protoss, don't. And then just, really play very defensive. It's tough. It's a tough game to balance. Tough game to balance. And again, I think what also really adds to this difficulty, what seems to be very repetitive games, is that we just don't have a lot of players playing. You know, I think that there's probably more dynamic games in the lower leagues, or maybe like farther back in the bracket, between people that don't play against each other, you know, every freaking time, or players who don't play the most optimal way of playing every single time. Between these two, there's a bit of an ebb and flow. This is a Storm opener from Max Packs, so that is certainly a bit different. Scan does not reveal those High Templars, and Max Packs makes sure that it does not. Clem's trying to take this third CC as he sends 2 Medivacs over. Max Packs has not picked up on the lack of Medivacs as of yet. Storm is going to hit twice, kill a good number of Marines, but here comes that big old drop into the main base. Recall is going to have to be used. Recall, good enough. Good enough. Get the fuck out. That's still pretty good. War Prism in the main, however, is something that Clem was a little less than prepared for. And he is a quick reaction while still dealing damage on this side of the map. Grabs a couple of stalkers, then skedaddles. No. Oh, Marauder. The cat is turtling. Yeah, the cat's a real Terran player right now. So Clem does manage to get his third about as swiftly as he wanted, which I think Max Packs is really... you know, his entire plan wasn't hinged on delaying the third CC, but I feel like you want to delay it a little bit more and have a little bit more of a scuffle. You open up more tank kill opportunities, too, in an ideal situation, because the Storm scare the bio and then the Zealots come in. And that didn't happen. That recall was really quite important. That Clem was able to just get that and then say, hey, nanny boo boo, and run away. That was a kill that's so fresh that Clem did not react in time, having no idea the army was coming in from that direction. So that is painful. That's already worth the push in there, so Max Packs can be a bit happy about that. Double upgrades for the Protoss while he's on 4 bases, going on to 5, adding on the robotics bay, and possibly a second robo very soon. Getting to the same destination, different journey of the last game. And there was a lot of what-ifs in this game, I would say, but that recall really just took them all out of the equation. Now it's like, okay, Storm charged attack, not doing anything different. Let's just move on. Not move away completely, because as soon as you do that, that just makes it too passive of a game. But Max Packs, I don't think, is going to find an avenue of attack here. Not with tanks sieged up, bio pre-spread, EMPs available. And that 4th CC this time is a bit healthier, so it's not going to go down instantly. Yeah, I talk in very general, broad terms about the way that these games go, and a lot of the time they go the way that I'm talking about, but just to be clear, it is very possible that Max Packs breaks Clem this game. That he gets a Warp Prism into the main, and an attack down the natural, and an attack on a 3rd, and Clem dies. So not quite drunk on the floor casting PVTs yet. But I feel like we're getting there, especially if it's between these two. I could make a pretty good drunk cast out of this one. A guessing game cast out of this one. Factory's going to scout any Warp Prism attempt, but it's not a Warp Prism, it's just a good old run-by. So very solid defense there. Marines against the Zealots, tanks against whatever else is behind those Zealots. Beautiful defense. Beautiful Storm. Beautiful. Kills with a couple of Marines, handful of SUVs. More importantly, big ol' attack on the left is being defended. Planetary's forming, tanks are getting closer, Viking numbers getting higher. Upgrades do favor Max Packs right now, but it's just such a difficult avenue of attack. When the Terran's prepared like this, it's so difficult. And they have played hundreds of games in the last year where the meta has been roughly this. That, you know, as much as I really do applaud the beautiful setup here, the Marines covering the tanks of, you know, missile turret and a Viking, it's based off of so many freaking games where the flow of the game is somewhat predictable. Where it's like, you know, well, the Protoss has to do this. I do think Max Packs going to a Stargate Makes a lot of sense, because his last attempt at just trying to bully the Terran with ground units did not work. But, to what we were talking about earlier, Stargate's very difficult for Protoss to win with. It's not impossible. Of course it's not. But I think we're still going into... The later the game goes, the more that the Terran army really is better. And I think that is pretty factual, that it is better if it's correctly controlled. It's more about what else happens in the game. Can the Protoss get run-bys, kill the economy, take decent fights, not horrendous fights, and, you know, get storms and whatnot. Which storms are coming down here, but only on a portion of the army. The rest of it's still healthy. An attack coming for this choke, not working out either. Seems like Colossus went head first and nearly died. MaxPack's gonna really just push it. He's gonna find the last tank covering that third. Lose all of his Colossus, however, and then much of his ground army. As the bio stays very healthy, we can see it in the supply right now. MaxPax, he can do these things, but check the resources lost every 2 or 3 minutes. Might get worse and worse for him, even as he continues to expand. And honestly, 5 bases with the 5th not even saturated is already like, shouldn't it be? Like, we need to, the Protoss needs to keep up on that, for sure. Especially if they're not just trading, but also trying to make their way over into Stargates. You can't just not pressure the Terran as you move over into Stargates, because they'll read that, they'll scan, they'll go, okay, I'm gonna kill you now, but you need a lot of resources for this. This army of the Terran looking quite good. Just a brick wall that MaxPack's trying to run his head into. His 2-2 is also done, so there was even upgrades that time. 5th base on the way for Clem. He's going to be able to protect that. There's really not a lot here. There is so little here, although the storms are quite good. War Prism in the main was that slight distraction, I think, that caused those storms to be quite good. Liberator range will finish, but Caduceus Reactor, well, it could have been targeted. The Zealots go on to greener pastures, try and go after the engineering bay. Vikings land to take care of it. MaxPack's also still fighting the army on the other side. Looks like he got a couple of good storms that are opening up this this base to possibly having to be lifted, as Colossus rally in at the perfect time, too, because the Vikings were absolutely distracted. That was a lot going on at once. Still, Clem holds on. Saved both very important buildings, saved the 5th base from even having to lift, and now he's got his army back, collected together, ready to tango with whatever comes in. That looked promising for a second, but it actually wasn't. I wonder, hindsight 2020, but you know, if maybe this was a game where he was still affording 20 Zealot warp-ins at a time, would that have been good enough? Hard to say, but his reinforcements can't be coming in that much faster. They can't be coming in as fast as last game, not with all of his dedication to Stargates, right? And he's building Tempest at this point, so he's got to leave supply for that too. Yeah, so that wasn't quite enough. Catches the Warp Prism before it causes problems, and then again, be able to focus entirely on the front. Liberators are popping out too, replacing those tanks that were taken down earlier, as far as the sieging of some of these chokes and defending a lot of these bases, so that's a lot easier for the Terran to focus entirely on the fight, which we see happening here. Nice concave from the Terran. Storms are hitting a decent amount, but not quite killing those units. And the last Colossus will fall. The Zealots are thinned out, and the Stalkers do not stand a chance. Archon's going to be taken down as well. Will Clem continue? It looks like the answer is no. He's actually scanning, perhaps wondering what the true situation is. He sees a just now finishing base. No base here. I don't know what he's really reading into that, but aside from where to attack, and I guess he just decides to attack this base. Wouldn't be surprised to see some scans over in the top left. Just wondering if maybe MaxPax is rich? Did he take more bases than anticipated? First reveal in the Tempest, by the way. Don't think Clem had any scans into the main. I think he heard it. He's now confirming it. What happened to simultaneous bio drops and Protoss being stuck on low base count? Well, Perfidy, that's a lot what we talk about lately. That has been the swap of the last year or so. Is that the Protoss have become more of the mid-game players, where they aggress as well as expand, and the Terran players are far more of the defensive, get to the perfect army. It's definitely swapped. That is a lot of Liberators. The storms blanket all of the sky. Doing a lot of damage, but it seems like Clam does not care. Just pushes through it anyway. Tons of Marauders on the ground, just ripping through all that, and that is it. Clam with a 2-0. Looks to have a handle on the matchup. But I feel like it was already trending that way. Was it not? I'm going to check it, Looky Luck. No, okay. No, I was wrong, actually. This is his, So he won last week, but the weeks before that, he did lose. He was, losing a bit more often, actually. What? GG Machine, Giga Chad Machine, 1-0'd Hero to knock him out of the tournament. Max Pax now goes to face a Zerg player. He's also the best performing Zerg player because Hero beat Solar. A new contender. Where's the Super Smash Bros. Sound effect? Doot, 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 doot. kind of not interesting. It doesn't look like Clem is owning with speed and skill, but more abusing a winning strat. Like Protoss cheap Void Arrays area? No, it's not that cheap. That's, as much as it looked seamless and easy with what Clem is doing, I mean, he's absolutely still playing very fast and I don't know if there's like an adjective for this, but he's thinking of things before they happen because of a drastic amount of experience. Which is still impressive, even though it makes a lot of sense. Not everyone can do it in the game that is as difficult as StarCraft 2. So it's not at all comparable to like cheeses or abusable builds that we've had. What also is true is that a lot of Terran players are doing it because the alternative sucks. That's why I kept on repeating, like, I don't know if the mid-game's gotten worse for Protoss or not. We don't know. But if the Terrans are still only doing this defensive into late game thing, it's probably because mid-game Protoss didn't get worse. And moving out against them is still the worst of the strategies to do. So, don't blame the player. Blame the game. PVT is in a rough state right now. We got ourselves a new contender. It's not Hero in the lower bracket. It is a Zerg player. And his name is GG Machine. Not The Machine, for any of you super old school StarCraft fans. He's a Russian player, I believe. Look, I'm American. I gotta double check that's the right flag. Yes, he's a Russian player who was probably a fan back in the day. On the bottom left, we do have Max Pax, who was defeated by Clem 2-0 in the upper bracket, and now is looking to possibly get revenge if he wins here in this best-of-1 lower bracket matchup. GG Machine. What a road here. So he gets defeated by Geralt, actually, so maybe he's not as good in this matchup, but then he defeats Hero, but that was in a best-of-1. He also defeated Percival in a best-of-1, Shameless in a best-of-1, and then Hiramarin forfeited against him, so maybe Hiramarin could have defeated him, we'll never know. But yeah, it's still pretty cool to see someone new. And I don't think their bracket was easy, although it certainly is not truly indicative of a skill, I would say. Best of one's very hard to read. But hopefully it shows us a great game here, and we have a new player to pay attention to and see if they continue to rise and get better and better. Max Pax is pretty good, though. And while Clem managed to demolish him today in the best of 3, you know, not many people can do that. And it is a different matchup as well. So PVZ got a lot of confidence in Max Pax to win this one. But GG Machine might have a trick or two up his sleeve to take down the likes of Hero and even Shameless, who can look pretty good in this matchup as well. Nothing yet. You know, generally, if we do see a unexpected victory for a Zerg player against a well-known Protoss player, it does come a lot off of some type of mid-game aggression, all-in. I'd say not so much on any of the early game shenanigans. Because, you know, if you see someone you don't usually play against, you feel like you're already very, well, like, paranoid of something early happening. It's more like the surprising mid-game attack with just how good they are at it that kind of catches some of these Protoss off guard. They're like, I don't really play against this guy. He can't be that good. How many Hydras can he really have? Oh, shit, that's a lot of Hydras. Whereas an early game like Ling Bust or something is more of like a, you know, like a check. It's like most Protoss these days defend against it. Anyway, we are looking at Machine more so than Max Pax. Max Pax going into a very typical opener into the Stargate. And I expect into a typical follow-up. And we could do Adepts as well, I guess. But I'm expecting Blink. 2 Adepts, grab 1 drone so far, a little dance. A drone and a ling, as long as they survive. Oracle number 1 almost popped a. And the third adept is just staying at home, playing it nice and safe. Also want to be keeping an eye out again on if it's going to be turning into some type of cheese. So far, no signs. These lings being a bit bold. They are running away as the adepts could still be threatening a shade in. They are threatening it, not doing it. They saw no lings, and the lings have arrived at a perfect time to force that cancel far before Max Pax couldn't react because the Nexus was so new. Presumably he took the third instead of the natural because he was pro-blocked. Max Pax just in time with the shield battery. Was also microing the adepts trying to maximize the damage. Did lose them, however, and the Oracle not going to find much more success. Second Oracle did pop, going to be recharged. Stalker was warped in to continue blocking that natural. It's still a pretty good delay on the third. Looking for even more. Not quite going to find it. Once the probe, and he's going to find that. So further delay on the third Nexus. This is pretty good. How many lings were made in total? 13 plus 12, or plus 11. Better than losing a bunch of drones because you let Max Pax focus intently on microing offensively. He's not just getting delays on the Nexus, which he might get another delay. Oh, shit. Another delay, another cancel. He's also making sure that Max Pax isn't just comfy microing the Oracles offensively. This is some good stuff. As long as the macro is looking good, too, for Machine. Which so far it's looking all right. More drones are on the way. +1 melee is the choice here for the Zerg 2. And Overlord died, I guess. Yeah, the one up top there. And he does need to fix that, but he's on it. So third Nexus delayed significantly. Canceled twice. 200 minerals. That Max Pax would usually have. And Max Pax also had to just completely stop harassing. Which also means he stopped scouting, which is always a little scary. Still feeling confident to move out with the Stalker as long as the 2 Oracles with energy are around to help them out. The Overlord does die. This one could also die. He does see it, so he's going to go after it. And these are freebies that do kind of suck. I do feel like the Zerg wanted to pull those back around this time, knowing the Stalkers might try and move out. It's not super dedicated. 4 gateways, no proxies, no warp prism. Good stasis trap, and the Oracle still with energy to help out. +1 melee also not done, so the Stalker's going to take this battle as long as they possibly can. The Machine does make sure to bring the Queens, too, so those Oracles can't be the biggest bullies. Continuing to reinforce. Even though it's not super dedicated, it is still capable of finding damage. Big blink back. A couple of Stalkers will be lost. +1 melee is almost done, too, so that's going to be big. Max Pax might want to complete disengage at this point. Although another good stasis trap. This one even better. Capturing a lot of those lings. Machine stuck at 57 drones, too, while he tries to get into those Hydras. Although this might be very intentional. I mean, he might be a little scared of how many Stalkers still around him, but might be also looking to go for a counterattack. Ling Hydra. Sub-60 drones onto the third base long before Storm. Maybe even before Charge is done. No, he's adding on drones. Never mind. Adding on drones and adding on +1 missile. So now it is more just, okay, he's been locked on a low drone count as Max Pax has started to exceed him. Ling run by attempt is good, but shield battery plus a Zealot negates it. Zealot's also on the front line, just a little bit of help against the Lings. And now Hydras are out as well. And we still don't have a proxy, we still don't have a Warp Prism. I do wonder how long Max Pax can continue being on the front lines, but he's so far reading it correctly. Hydra speed almost done. Trades out 1 Stalker for 1 Hydra as the Lings continue to find little bits. Just a couple of Zealots. I am a little worried that Machine has been so much lower on the drone count for a minute at this point. But he was ahead for a while with that super delayed third Nexus. Charge is done. Storm is going to be done. Machine is trying to get to Infestation Pit. Hydra range on the way too. +1 missile should finish in this game. Clearing out some rocks, opening up more opportunities to get concaves and surrounds. Always a good idea as third player. And lurkers will be the choice. Oh, no, it had minerals in its mouth. No. Whoop! Orc will turn around in the nick of time. Shane sees the 4th base. Not gonna be able to get a cancel on this one. And just respect the machine. Just some solid play. I don't know if he did that versus Hero or not, but some solid ZVP play. Max Pax might have to get a cancel, actually. Archon comes forward, and that'll be enough. +1 is also down to the Zealots, so they're much better versus the Lings now. And that Nexus will, in fact, finalize. Max Pax, still no Warp Prism. He has a Robo, but not interested in affording it quite yet. Plenty of Storms here. Zealots warping in are going to go to the front line. Some of them, the things that were defending the 4th base, or maybe looking for an attack. Or maybe they're trying to find this Ling run by, not sure, but either way, Max Pax has kind of 2 armies threatening both sides of the map. And these Lings just being a little bit of a nuisance. That is a lot of Hydras, but Hydras do die to Storms. Lurkers going to be a little tougher, and 6 of them are on the way. Range coming out first for them, too. Won't be in effect for some time. Max Pax is going to need to start building up an Immortal count as well. This game is definitely heading into the later stages. He doesn't know about the Hive yet. Doesn't technically know about the Lurkers either. There he gets sight on them. He could just try to avoid them, which seems to be the call right now. Zealots and an Archon finding just a little too less on the Hydra count there. And the rest of the army comes together as well, so Machine needs to do it in turn. Trying to bring the army forward, but now he's being zoned out by Storm, Zealots, Storm, Archon, Stalker, taking out the drone line, taking out the hatchery. Those lurkers were not there in time to stop that. And of course, if that hatchery's down, then this hatchery should also fall. The Machine thrown back down to just 3 bases. He could replace it, but he needs an engagement that goes well for him. More lurkers being added on. Their range had finished, but not their burrow speed. Little supply blocked, too. Might go for a bit of a Hail Mary, push across the map. Only 3 lurkers left behind. That's not going to be nearly enough. Revelation reveals that it's only 3 lurkers. And yes, Max Pax goes for the throat. Storms off of the rest of the lurkers coming back. Still very dangerous to try and just stand your ground versus lurkers. He will pull back as the rest of the army comes back to defend, too. But this isn't it. Warp Prism in the main base also happening. And that is going to deal a lot of economic damage that is already been cut down to size. Not even up to that Lurker Den. Another hatchery is maybe killed. Yeah, 3 hatcheries killed in this game. Zealots, they're finding at least somewhat of a trade as they die, too. Decent amount of Hydras went down. More Zealots killing more drones. The 3rd base was under-defended. Max Pax just skedaddled with his main army away from the Lurkers. Machine desperate to make the Lurkers work. It's his real only plan here as he continues to morph them and get more of their upgrades, too. I think you're having Frenzy for the Hydras, but Max Pax is on 5 bases. So even though he did take some losses himself, standing the ground versus the Lurkers as he did, he's saved the majority of his army. He can replace the army, and he's replacing it with bigger and better units versus Lurkers too. Now we're getting that Immortal count built up. Plenty of Archons. Just needs a decent concave to make it work. 10 gateways. I mean, it's good enough when you're also pumping out two robos with the production. Ling Hydra looking to cancel this 5th base, but Max Pax is looking to get into Machine's main and natural. Even taking on the lurkers here. No problem whatsoever. And it seems like Max Pax is going to do just fine against the surprise finalists of the lower bracket. Still has an army that he can recall. Machine knows that. GG's. Max Pax will move back up into the upper bracket to face Clem in the grand finals. Which means I'm going to be right back. Once I get everything set up for it, I guess. Yeah, I'll do it after. Tried to sneak up on a cat, didn't work. Some cat cam, because I'm going to have a lot of time to talk about nothing when we watch these PVTs. We're finally into a lobby. Yay! Yay, kitten! Yay! Huzzah! No! No, don't leave! He thinks I was gonna pet him and pay attention to him. Which I guess I am now, but... He's got the sneezies. He's sneezing. What's up? What's up, big boy? What you want? Dimitri's like 16 pounds. Ow. No. Stop. Oof. He is a big catto. For those of you who don't know, cats are like 8 to 10 pounds. Kitty butt. Kitty butt. Terms of service. He wants me to turn on the faucet, but... I don't got time, kitty. I found a thing online that is like a motion activated water faucet that you connect to your sink, and it sets up so the cat can get its own water from the sink, which would be perfect for him, but also costs like $120 and has to be set up with like plumbing. I ain't doing. We are in the grand finals now, and they are familiar faces. In the top left of Taito Citadel, it is Clem. And in the bottom right, we do have Psystorm Gaming's Max Pax. Also been on Psystorm for a while. It's cool that Psystorm has been in StarCraft 2 for a decade at this point, at least. So last time they played, Clam was pretty convincing. 2-0. Had strong early games, both times. Then rolled it into a nicer defensive position of the third than if you had tried to do some type of razzle-dazzle push-out with the bio like a loser. Only Terrans who want to lose push out in the mid-game right now. And that just turned into a really good late game. But that is what I expect from this best of 5 and possible extra best of 3. Much of the same. Clem might get bored of that too, though, to be fair, and he might actually try and do something else. But I would honestly bet money that if he does something else, it's because he was bored. Not because he thought it was necessarily the best thing to do. Unless Max Pack starts winning in those late game scenarios, and then, well, you do have to change things up at that point. But until Max Pax wins one of those late games, yeah, I don't think you got to change it. We have fountains. We were talking about cats earlier on, and how there's a sink fountain that you can buy. The problem is that cats are very fickle creatures. We have 4 different cat fountains of 3 different types. And this cat that's bothering me only wants sink tap water. Nothing else is good enough. So, that's Dimitri. So yeah, like I said, the last time they played, Clem was getting some really good early games. He was catching Max Pax's adepts and killing them before they did any damage. He was getting more probes than you would expect, not like a drastic amount, but, you know, 2 instead of the usual 0. And he was even causing Max Pax a couple of hiccups in his macro. You know, a supply block that doesn't usually happen for Max Pax would happen for 2 seconds, so... Does seem like Clem is on points, knows exactly what he wants to do. Max Pax a little less so, just a tiny, such a tiny little bit less on point. And not really sure what he wants to do. Reaper, the 3rd Reaper, I guess. I made 3 Reapers in total, okay. So the 2nd Reaper died with the Adepts, but that's okay, I would say. The Hellion lives and will be repaired, and that threatens the possibility of a Reaper Hellion attack, which, you know, I'm not really concerned about Max Pax taking a lot of damage from, but to me, this isn't about the early game. Even though it's nice that the early game has been going well for Clem, it isn't, I think, what makes or breaks the PvT as a whole. He is really changing it up now, though. I mean, first 3 Reaper, 2 Hellion, then into Banshees. Not just the old standard Widowmine drop into 3 Barracks, 3rd CC. And maybe with the Banshees, he could add even a little bit more spice to it and actually move out with some tanks. Try and get some damage done on Max Pax's 3rd. But he doesn't have to. Max Pax did a 3-gate in the first game they played, then a 2-gate in the second game this time around for this new best of 5 they're playing. He's going to 3-gate with the Warp Prism. He'd not shown this in the last series they played. Now he's bringing it back out. Clem was very well prepared against it if it did happen. I think he'll still be somewhat prepared against it this time around. And then the question is more so, is Max Pax prepared for the Banshees? 5 probes go down to this, and that's pretty darn good. Gets a full scout as well to see that it is a 3-gate. Doesn't quite see the War Prism, but kind of assume with Max Pax that he will be attacking you. And if he doesn't, then that's fine too. Second bunker's here. Tank's getting into a better position. Clem doing everything he needs to do to set up the defense, while also looking to deal a lot of damage with this Cloaked Banshee. Max Pax did not scout the Cloak at all, and that Cloaked Banshee right into the main base. No observer. Where is the observer? Wait, is it? Wait, there it is. Well, still, no observer right off the bat. Which means 5 probes will go down. He is 6 if he's going to just sack it. Yeah, I just decided to sack it. The best case scenario after not moving. And 6 for 1 Cloaked Banshee, I think, is acceptable. I think that's the number that you're just like, okay. Not great, not bad. Second Banshee probably won't get much more done on the economy, but still useful in other ways. Looks like that made the Adept Shade in. Whoo! It almost died. Whoo, Lord baby Jesus. That Warp Prism nearly died. It is alive. It's fine. It's good. More importantly, though, I would say Clem just holds without anything going wrong. The Stalkers didn't even get a chance to go after the SCVs, and that's really what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to grab 2 SCVs. You know, the tank covers most of it, but then those sneaky deaky Stalkers get back here or something. Grab a couple. Didn't happen. And Max Pax actually did make a Warp Prism and 3 Gateways and another Warp In of Stalkers before grabbing... Well, maybe not another Warp In. I'm actually not sure about that. But he's still invested into things that have done nothing so far. Not getting the fastest 3rd Nexus. Shouldn't feel that great for the Protoss player. It would not. It's not game ending. I would say a lot of times that happens between these two, and then Max Pax still finds a way to win around that 3CC attack. But Clem, that was when Clem was moving out in some way. Was actually trading out bio against Max Pax in some way before taking the third or as he was taking the third. And now it just really seems like Terran players have learned, do not give any units away, and you will have enough to defend the third. And if you have enough to defend the third, then you have enough to basically turtle into 4 bases. It used to be that you had to attack, and then maybe you had to defend initially, but then you still went into an attack. And now it just seems much less likely. Max Pax is actually... he's currently dealing with a Banshee, but he is actually going to be attacked. Thing is, Clem might just be finding an avenue here, realizing the Stalkers aren't tracking him, and the Observer isn't tracking him because they were tracking the Banshee. That is what makes it such a big opening, that he is actually going to try and move out. In one of the games, he kind of moved out and decided, nah, I'm not going to bother. This time around, very much moving out, accidentally getting building armor. I assume it's an accident, but this is a good move out. Getting those tanks up to the Nexus already is fantastic. Colossus also in a little bit of trouble, but War Prism, thank goodness, is alive to Micro, but the Nexus, can't say it's going to survive. Another stim, focus fire, it's a goner. Max Pax completely unaware of the army move out was the problem right there. The Stalkers chased the Banshee so hard, and Clem took full advantage of that. You mix the chase of the Banshee with Clem's refusal to move out in their previous best of, and I think that's why that happens. I'm sure there's a lot of other games where Max Pax does go after the Banshee, but is very well aware that the attack could be coming in. It's just that Clem also had refused to move out the last time they played. So that was a bit of a shock. And that shock just cost him a third Nexus, which means that Clem might have an actual opportunity to win the game before a bunch of Liberators. We'll see if he chooses to go for it. I would also not be surprised if he's like, aha, an even easier game. But I'm still going to wait till 16 minutes and slow push across the map with Liberators. Because a lot of Protoss players have gotten very good at recovering from certain positions. Not quite this one, but similar, I suppose. Losing probes they shouldn't have, maybe losing a Nexus. And Max Pax is one of the best at recovering from these positions. Because as soon as the Terran starts to move out to take advantage, and they're like, well, I'm going to win the game, right? Let's sim the win. That's when Zealots run in, that's when War Prism runs in, that's when things get chaotic. And instead of just allowing that chaos to happen, Terran players and Clem are just like, I'm just not going to move out. Not until I got Planetaries and Liberators and things to protect me, and Missile Rings and everything I need. Quick handling of the War Prism, which was very injured from earlier anyway. Neosteel frames was actually researched. I don't know what to tell you guys. That was on purpose? What? I had never seen that macro mistake, which is why I was already kind of believing it was real. But I still can't believe it. There are mistakes you see all the time, like Beyond not getting his weapon upgrade. Something to do with his hotkeys and his setup. What else? What else do you see? Obviously, like missing an upgrade, it happens all the time. But Neosteel frames, like you just don't, like that's a hotkey you barely ever reach. Anyway, this does seem like a totally easy win for Clem, which it should be after killing a Nexus, and it is. GG's. Clem does push out and does win. Takes out the War Prism. That's kind of a free... That's a green light to move across the map, and he took it. So, a surprisingly easy game for Clem to start off this series. Accidental Small Zerg, that's another good one. Yeah. Things that are explained by maybe the hotkeys being close together, or resources not quite being in your pocket when you think they are. That upgrade, not explained by either one. Because it's N, isn't it? Grab my upgrades. EA, okay. And then, yeah, no, it's nowhere close. It's nowhere close to that upgrade. Not that I get that upgrade very often. New strat. New strat coming in. I don't know. New strat, a flex. Who knows? It gives you building armor. It gives you two things now, right? Oh, it's been so long since that upgrade got changed. Alright, continuing on to the best of 5. Down 1, it is max packs on the bottom right of 10,000 feet. On the top left, it is liquid clam. There used to be 3 upgrades on the engineering bay, right? Increased bunker capacity. That's what got mixed in. So it's building armor. Was Neo Steel Frames the bunker? I forget all the names, the official names of this. And then they got merged at some point. And then high-sec auto tracking is still separate. Enjoying your analysis? Well, I'm glad, because I feel like my analysis is kind of depressing. Neo Steel Frames. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So anyways, yeah, if we do take that for truth that he intentionally got building armor, I'm trying to think of why. You know, especially so quickly. That's just insanely quick. It would help the bunker he built, so maybe it would help against run-bys, which he was more concerned about around that time. And then, yeah, bunker having extra capacity, ditto, just helps out against run-bys. I feel like it's specifically an anti-run-by harassment thing. Not sure it's going to be meta. Not sure about that one. But we'll see if he does it again in an advantageous position. Because he might have gotten it because he was ahead, but not as a flex. But more as a, I know the only thing you can do right now is try and out-harass me. Try and throw zealots and hope something sticks. Build and drop planetary fortress. That's so far away, though. That would, you know, I mean, you could still get 1-1, I think, before you would get that. So I don't know. Anyway, it could have been because he was ahead and he knew the only way that Max Pax was going to come back was run-bys. Could have been a mistake, technically, too. It's just such an unlikely thing to make a mistake of. And, well, we'll have to ask him later on if he continues doing it. Stargate is going to be the play for Max Pax, so he is changing up his opener. But once again, Clem going for this Reaper 2 Marine, then Reactor opener. Wants to catch the Adept. Almost does. Almost. Don't think we've seen this map as of yet, by the way. So, yeah, nothing. You get the minerals that can be mined out to give yourself a triangle third. Or you can go horizontal. A fourth, that is. Ooh! We have Zerg rocks. Yay! With custom hotkeys, who knows if it's far or not? I mean, that's true. I assume that Clem has some custom hotkeys. Most pros do. I have never seen him make that mistake before, though, which is, you know, so maybe he's trying a new hotkey setup. That could be the case. But, yeah, I can't imagine what you were changing on your hotkey setup to make it so that that's an easier grab. E and A is already pretty easy for the upgrades, but he could have changed. Like, I don't know a setup. It is a Phoenix opener, so we are going to go Phoenix Colossus with a Robo now on the way. Something that Clem wants to note. I mean, first he would have been surprised by an Oracle opener, but that hardly ever does enough damage to, I think, really be worth it. The Phoenix, well, you see him, you lose the unit. What you really wanted to see was whether or not they're going to go in a storm. Certainly with 2 gases taken this quickly, it's not going to be some type of mass charge lot strategy. But it's, I think it's, yeah, it could still be storm. Do you see the Robo as well? No, because that's not natural. But it's most likely going to be Colossus. If Max Pax does occasionally play Phoenix openers, it does go into Colossus. It's been a while since I've seen Phoenix charge. And he would go charge with Force Storm, so yeah, I think these gases are already a reveal. They're too quick. So Colossus it is. He's already building a good number of Vikings. A good number of Vikings. Against a Phoenix opener, sometimes you do see 2 Phoenix and 2 Cyclones. Sure. But you hardly see the double double Viking production. I do feel like Clem did this previously, though. This is maybe not something that new. Like, maybe he did it 2 or 3 weeks ago kind of situation. One Phoenix already going down. So just a little extra firepower. With good range, too. I mean, that's one of the best things about Vikings, is that they do have good range. Where are the feet? Went 10,000 streamer feet. I think it's a play on 10,000 leagues under the sea. I assume. Right? That's what it is? 10,000 leagues? 1,000 leagues? Which one is it? Yeah, and Vikings are a tiny bit cheaper, of course. Yep, can't forget that. But yeah, with that in consideration, yeah, it must feel much better to do this. And you're getting this, and you're still going to be able to get as many medevacs as you need when the bio really starts to play a part. It's just that you have Vikings that don't have to be exactly in position because their range is good to ward away the Phoenix. And then obviously they'll help against the Colossus. You just get them first, and then you get medevacs. Generally, I would say, though, like, it's not one or the other at this point. It's more that you're using your reactor for something else at this point, is usually the deal. That you would want more Marines than you would want the extra Viking with every round. 4 cities do go down because the Vikings were just that out of position. You can see Clem didn't go for missile turrets this time, which he has done in other anti-Phoenix games. Because he probably is like, well, no, I have so many Vikings. I really don't want to do this. 20,000 under the sea. Excuse me. I still think it's some type of play on that, but I don't actually know. Phoenix Colossus into now 4 bases. Single upgrade so far. 3rd CC gets taken in that forward position, which is one I wasn't expecting. Lovely sensor tower placement. Doesn't quite see the observer. By the way, it's been a couple of weeks. Is everyone over the observer change at this point? Do we still have people pretending to be mortally wounded by the observer change? Or have they finally given up on their crusade? I hope they have, for their own sanity. I know that a lot of people have reported facing Protoss who have now suddenly gotten 4 or 5 observers in their army every time they attack. Wonder what they're pressing. It seems like a game where Clem is not going to move out. With the Viking numbers already in good counts, you just didn't have to worry as much about the fight. I keep wanting to say Viking with Phoenix and Phoenix with Viking, and it's never really happened to me before, so I don't know what that's about. But you have a good number of Vikings. You're not as scared of the actual Phoenix Colossus push, which can try and take advantage of someone who has not built enough Vikings. Which would usually be the case, because again, you'd usually emphasize add-ons, you'd usually emphasize medevacs, and then the Vikings. And the Phoenix would be the damage soakers that would keep the Colossus alive to then burn up all the bio that you had built. But yeah, with the way that Clem's set up here and them being a little bit cheaper, I don't think there was ever an opportunity. Not that MaxSpecs tried to go for it, but I don't think it could have. It was the observer change. In surveillance mode, they're now revealed, which means you just don't use surveillance mode if they're offensively placed. More barracks on the way, more command centers, 2nd starport, Ghost being built. You're getting yourselves into a later stage of the game. MaxSpecs does go up to 5 bases, lickety split. Possibly reading into the pace that Clem is going to set, really. Which, I mean, it feels kind of weird saying that, because it's like the pace he's setting is doing nothing. But it's the truth. It's, if he was moving out, then MaxPax is preparing for, a gotcha move, trying to kill the bio while it's not in prime position. But if he's just going to sit back, then take bases, and yeah, attack, I mean, this totally makes sense, but you're not looking for nearly as many engagements. 5th base might be a little rushed. Tank's gonna get picked up by the Phoenix. Not providing a lot of cover there, but that's still a lot of bio on the ground. Plenty of Vikings in the sky. SCVs do go down, but we're about to be on 4 bases. I said 5th. I'm at 4th. And that's the most important thing. Although if he loses the 4th, that would be quite the blow. MaxPack's finding a good angle of attack. before the tanks are ready to help defend against this. And just frankly, this is more of a choke that you're being pushed through to get to this fourth base than some of the other maps these two have been playing on. So that is creating some problems. Looked like there's a lot of units that were maybe covering against a Warp Prism or something. Now everything's combined together, and this looks like it's going to finally be put down. Yeah, Warp Prism did go into the main base. So that's also part of the reason he was temporarily struggling. No! Well, AI and a new map. What are you going to do? Which league would you be able to reach by playing a lot with F2? Grandmaster. There's plenty of Grandmasters who use F2 way too much. F2 is not that significant of a limiter, I think. Considering that hero is notorious for using F2. Another Warp Prism gets denied as the Vikings find themselves in a good position. And that means no distraction. Command Center is killed, however. It was brand new, but the Planetary will hold against the Zealots. As the bio takes a great concave, Vikings destroy the Colossus. Everything gets deleted. And that was not the fight that MaxPax actually wanted to take. Great, you killed one Command Center. You lost certainly more than 400 minerals worth of army. Although MaxPax is relatively rich on 6 bases now, 89 probes. I say relatively because, like, yes, that is rich, but it's just relative to the amount of damage he just took. It's like, well, are you rich enough? He does remax pretty quickly, but that's still not remaxing when you are on their side of the map. That's remaxing when they're on your side of the map, which is less than ideal. Tanks are going to get jumped upon, however, and this is going to turn into a bit of a surround. Clem just narrowly, again, avoiding being completely surrounded as the Vikings take out that last Colossus. EMPs blanket most of the Zealots. More army comes in. This will be a stand now to make as the Zealots are injured. 2-2 versus 3-1 as well. Clem doing this wonderfully so far, winning these battles back-to-back. Taking his 5th base while he does so, or building at the very least. 3-3 is on the way. Fusion core as well. Extra command center. Not going to back away and wait for Liberators here. He knows he's got a good position. MaxPax on the ropes, reinforcing really almost into the army with it being pushed so much. MaxPax still trying to take bases while he's under this pressure. Scouted by Clem. Will he redirect his aggression or not? Not sure. That's a lot of Zealots off the left side. That is so many Zealots. It's like 20 Zealots. Ay, ay, ay. The natural is relatively open. I guess it's the 3rd lead to the natural. But I think MaxPax's also looking for just a big old surround. Clem scans to the left, but he doesn't scan to the top left. And here come those Zealots. Going to try and go for that surround once again. EMP plus a little slip away once again. Not fully capturing the bio as the Zealots get weakened. They are now on +2 armor, however, as +3 attack was not quite done. So Clem does not want to take this fight. He is going to run away, run back to that Planetary, run back to the Liberators, in the process losing a lot of his Vikings. Once again, having to stim as well, injuring his bio even further. MaxPax's not going to let go if he sees an opportunity. But now we're back into a choke. We're back into a Planetary. And maybe forcing that many Zealots through isn't the plan. Caduceus Reactor going to finish alongside 3-3, helping with the medevac energy. More Liberators are on the way. Clem temporarily pushed back. Well, I think he is officially pushed back, but it just means he's not really going to be in a supreme danger for long. A little danger, maybe. Handling the run by. Whereas, getting the 4th base might have pushed him through a choke, but I am seeing the appeal of taking this as a 3rd. 1 entry into the 3rd natural and thus main. Makes you feel a lot more protected. MaxPax made sure to expand again even during that pressure, so he has another base to run his probes to, which he's currently doing at 86 probes. He's got a lot to roam around. 3-3-2 for the Terran as Liberator count starts to grow. MaxPax just at 3-2, working on 3-3-1. SCV starting to mine out the minerals as well. They want easy access to the 5th, which will open up another attack path of Zealots. I like this map. I like it. Zergroks also were on this map, weren't they? They're gone. They've been gone for a while. A couple SCVs going down to some DT harassment. Clem not quite set up in every location. Getting there, though. A lot of Zealots, again, waiting for perhaps a run-by opportunity. A lot of army went off to that left. But now it could go in for a concave. Yep, just close enough. Planetary, not quite with building armor. Don't have those accessory upgrades as of yet. Full surround as well. Zealots, not going to be able to get the kill. There's enough bio responding in time. So it ends up being, well, not the best use of them, maybe. Just run them around and hope that it works out. Not quite. The Liberators now being up means that some of these chokes are going to be very well protected. The Liberator here, for instance, would be quite good. Gonna take the fight. Clem gets some Liberators sieged up. Plenty of Vikings for the Colossus, which aren't really part of the battle at the beginning anyway. And a huge concave for the Terran. That is beautiful stuff. Max Pax gets demolished yet again, as so many reinforcing Zealots weren't able to protect those Colossus, weren't able to protect the Stalkers. We're down to basically just Zealots. And Max Pax is looking awfully desperate. Wants this Disruptor to get a hit or two. And he's going to lose the Nexus before it even pops out. All before ground armor level 3 was done, but I don't think it would have made a difference. That was just not the fight that Max Pax really wanted to take. 3 Disruptors on the field. Will they all get shots? No, they will not. The first one barely getting one. Probe's going down. Nexus going down. And Clem tightening the noose. As he runs forward, taking on another Nexus, he brings in more Liberators. He gets closer to Max Pax's main base, main reinforcement point, even his natural, full of production and technology. That Disruptor will get a shot. A very good one, but it doesn't one-shot Marauders anymore, so fuck you. Zealots getting EMP'd, once again trying to go in for the big surround, but that's a lot of bio. Well, not enough, apparently. Clam does not like the looks of that surround, picks up and heads to the main. Will now take, oh, such an abusive position against someone on mainly Zealots. Oh my god. No, the Zealots do not want to go in there. They can't even go in there. What are they even doing? What are you guys doing? Snipes going down, Zealots come in one at a time through the choke. Oh, so abusive. Oh, that's so mean. Vikings even landing to help out. Zealots being warped on top of the bio because it's better than trying to filter through this damn Sim City. Just brutal. Just kill me now kind of situation. Max Pax has lost so much supply. He's lost so many Zealots to this. And this, of course, isn't the only army. Clem has his bases. He's reinforcing. He's moving elsewhere. He's going to take down this corner Nexus. And he still is not being cleaned up in the main. GG. Oh. Ew. Ew. That was gross. Poor Protoss players. Look away. The abuse. It was not safe for work. It was not safe for Protoss work. So one more at least. And now we could be on the last map of this series. In the top right, it is Max Pax. Bottom left of Andromeda, it is Clem. Clem seems to have a handle on Max Pax today, at least. He won against him last week-ish, something like that. Then, you know, I was actually losing against him a decent amount before that. Maybe he's still further figuring Max Pax out, but these series have been quite convincing. Clem's coming in with the late game, as well as still occasionally throwing something out in the mid game, given the right opportunities. And it's working out very well for him. And Max Pax is the one that looks a little bit lost. So a real flip from scenario just a couple of weeks ago where it looked like Protoss, Max Pax, leading the charge for Protoss, looked super confident. Just made the Terran dance to their songs and expanded like hell while being aggressive. Tearing the Terran from limb. And now it's, well, it's not really the Terran tearing up the Protoss so much. It is just the Terran being very patient, waiting for the right time to strike, and then choosing particularly abusive positions to do so. Cat. But Max Pax does not seem to have a situation in which he's really got a true handle on the Terran. The most promising one of the last few games has been the attack on the 4th in that last game. And I think that was a lot to do with the way the map was designed. But Max Pax did find an angle in which Clem had to push through a choke into Colossus. And that looked promising. But it still wasn't quite enough. Max Pax isn't getting the scary big army on the front with the Warp Prism in the main and the Zealots at the third. He's trying. Every time we catch the harassment, it's always the tail end of the harassment. It's always as the Warp Prism is dying or as the Zealots are being caught out by a just right amount of units from the Terran. 1-1-1, the high ground command center. Clem not taking any chances. Playing very safe. And if this is a shorter map like I suspect, then that makes some sense. Adepts getting over to the side of the map even just 1 second sooner can be a big difference maker. It can be the difference of the bunker being done or not. It can be the difference of the third unit, you know, Marine or... Well, it's third unit's mostly a Marine. The Marine being out or not. If the command center being done or not, you know. So very safe on a shorter map. But then, let's go into a tank here. We're going to get an attack on the third. Reaper wants to scout out to see if it is a 3-gate or a 2-gate. It is going to be a 3-gate so far. Every so often, Max Pax throws in the 4-gate, but nope, just 3 this time around. And 3 gateways are great for also defensive purposes. Although he might get a Warp Prism and go offensive with it. Clem's building of the tank this early into a Viking as well. Definitely screaming some aggression. And if this was a fast third, I mean, then faster third. It's going to come down eventually. But still, you could go there. But he might actually get sieged up hitting the natural. And Max Pax, I don't think, is just in the right mindset to believe that is going to be the case. He's not scouting it, that's for sure. Wouldn't Mind offers a little bit of protection so that you can run back. Already killing 5 probes with the drop itself is great. And then the big distraction so that Max Pax isn't walking his stalkers across going, oh shit, there's an army, is huge as well. Max Pax going to be in some trouble despite having 3 gateways. Typically a good setup against this thing. Having the tank already siege up a gateway is bad news. That's going to be down to 2 gateway. Wouldn't Mind is still involved. Still active, too. So Stalkers are forced to blink away from the tank. Clem just rallying units on the shorter map, too. The Viking landed, adds quite a bit. On the backside, Stalkers try to blink in, but inadvertently enter a reinforcing tank. I do not believe that was on purpose. They wanted to come in for a collapse. Yeah, sometimes they do want to catch the reinforcements, but that wasn't enough Stalkers to catch them if a tank was involved. Tank, regular DPS is still quite good against a few Stalkers. Immortal pops out, but is attacking into Marines, and that ain't gonna cut it. Clem looking unbeatable. Supreme confidence at the end. Will be 3-0ing Clem, or Max Packs today. And Clem will be a victor once again for the Monday Night Weeklies. GG's. That's it. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Protoss. Are they even strong? That was a very good performance from Clem. We'll see if that stays true. They do tend to go back and forth on who looks powerful. As soon as you think Clem has Max Pax figured out, Max Pax strikes back the next week with his own 3-0. And you continue to have two players who are pretty damn well matched up against each other. I do have a little concern about the patch not fixing things the way that we would want them to be fixed. I am a little concerned off of just some of these games that maybe Protoss isn't winning in the mid game anymore, but they also weren't winning that much in the late game. And now they're really not winning in the late game, but I think we still have to hold off on any conclusions. But it's a difficult matchup to balance and get to the point where it's, active at all times and equally possible to win from both races. When does a patch fix things the way we want? Well, they did revert the Cyclone change. And that's something I wanted. Could be a problem with the new maps. Could be. Time will tell. Oh, yeah, absolutely, Beish. Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those, it's kind of like what I thought, what could be happening is what I think has happened with Protoss to begin with, which is that I think Protoss got buffed when Protoss, basically Max Pax, was already showing how Protoss could be good. Like, I feel like Max Pax was already pushing Protoss forward in the mid game as far as his ability to control the Terran around that third CC, get multiple stims, wear the Terran out while expanding aggressively behind it. And then they got patched, they got buffed, and then it was like, okay, well, now everyone can do it. And I'm just worried it's kind of happening in the other direction now, which is like Terrans are already maybe kind of figuring out what was good versus Protoss, and now the thing that got buffed was the thing that was good. So now it's even better. But unfortunately, it still doesn't make a very dynamic matchup. But, yeah. That's it for me, guys. We, it's 4 hours, so that's, perfect. I'll be back on Wednesday. Not for more StarCraft, though. StarCraft's limited to kind of just Mondays on this stream, but rather to try and finish up some Final Fantasy Tactics. So thanks for watching, guys. And thanks for the new subs today. I will raid someone, I guess. But everyone that, I'd usually raid are also ending their streams. Oh, Up a Tree streaming. So we're going to raid Up a Tree. Have fun. Have a good Monday. Bye-bye.